Bam, bam. Go live. Love this thing. All right. Spirit Gumbo. And this is the Leviticus 11. What you call the unclean or clean and unclean laws of separation. There's going to be some major breakdowns that actually take place coming in real soon. And then as we get to them, each thing we'll speak on it for just a brief moment, and then we'll move on. But it's important that we speak to it. Okay, so we're in the first verse, and when we left off, we leave off where we at? Chapter 10, the two sons of Aaron getting burnt up with the fire for the strange incense. And then Aaron pretty much telling Moses, like, if you need me to eat, this burnt up ash, I'll eat it, if it'll make the Most High God happy. Because the sin offering is not supposed to be eaten anyway. It's supposed to be taken outside of the camp and burnt. And that's what made Moses angry in the first place. But we're not going to, go too deep into it. Verse 1. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, speak ye to the sons of Israel, saying, these are the beasts which ye shall eat of all beasts that are upon the earth. Every beast parting the hoof and making divisions of two claws, and chewing the cud or chud among beasts. These ye shall eat. But of these ye shall not eat, of those that chew the cud, and of those that part hoofs and divide claws. The camel, because it chews the cud, but it does not divide the hoof. This is unclean to you. And the rabbit, verse 5, because it chews the cud, but it does not divide the hoof. This is unclean to you. And the hare, because it does not chew the cud and does not divide the hoof. This is unclean to you. Stop right there. What's up, JP Hope? How you doing, bro? I'm doing excellent. The quick breakdown, and just in case you didn't hear that, there's the animals that obviously part hooves, but they're two claws, right? And they chew grass or vegetation. Now, it's telling us that it gives three distinct examples. Now, one of them, when's the last time anybody ever seen a camel in America? Okay, so this is one strike against America, and the Bible so-called taking place anywhere in this land, right on. Just for that fact alone, and we're going to keep it pushing. But note that the hare does not chew the cud, right? And it does not part the hoof. Keep that in mind. And once again, this is thousands and thousands of years ago. Whoever is writing this down still knows the difference. Whoever is putting this all together knows the difference. Can you dig it? And it's telling the people back then not to eat these things. And commonplace, people eat these things to this day. Keep that in mind also. So who do you really think wrote it going forward? Verse 7. And the swine, in particular word, because this animal divides the hoof and makes claws of the hoof, and it does not chew the cud. It is unclean to you. Verse 8, ye shall not eat their flesh, and ye shall not touch their carcasses. And by the word carcasses is a symbol, and it says, especially such as died of themselves. These are unclean to you. So notice he uses a swine, doesn't say boar. I'm going to bring it up to you later. Right on. And just in quick happenstance, the boar, different from an actual pig, right? Even though people try to make them synonymous, they actually eat primarily, what's the word I'm looking for? Vegetation. But they will eat a dead carcass. They've been known to eat a dead animal or two, So it's not that it doesn't do nasty, filthy, disgusting things. It's just that in its normal life, that's not what it does. Where we know that pigs are just filthy, nasty, disgusting animals. However, let's just go ahead and keep it pushing. Verse 9. And these are what ye shall eat of all things that are in the waters. All things that have fins and scales in the waters, and in the seas, and in the brooks. These ye shall eat. And all things which have not fins or scales in the water, or in the seas, and in the brooks, of all which the waters produce, or eruptant, put forth. One moment. What's the word? And of every living soul in the water are an abomination, and they shall be abominations to you. Ye shall not eat their flesh, and ye shall abhor their carcasses. Stop right there. It right. I mean, it can't be more clear. If it doesn't have scales and fins, you're not supposed to do it. You know what I'm saying? You know. Oh, Sister Tammy. We're just talking about what's clean and unclean. But yeah, bro, I mean, people eat rabbit. I don't know. People eat anything though, bro. People eat mud duck. People eat gooey duck. People eat swamp rat. You know what I'm saying? People eat anything. And there's people who look like us who, you know what I'm saying? You know, will do some nasty things. But you got to understand, the people that these instructions are being given to are Afro Negro people. You feel me? These are what you call nigs. These aren't white dudes running around being told these instructions. I can't stress this enough, because we're about to read about the leprosy at the end of this chapter, going into the next chapter, or the next two chapters, whatever, because this next one isn't that long. It's about to go down. And people are going to hear about leprosy, and you're going to hear some things about leprosy that make you think like, oh yeah, okay, that's unique. That's a unique thing to tell us about, you know, not only the laws of separation, which are covered in the title, right on, but just what the disease looks like and how it manifests itself. One second. Let me find my spot. And I don't mean to ignore nobody. I'm just trying to, you know, make sure I keep reading and get through this. So this is everything in the water, right? Now listen to this right here. Verse 12. And all things that have not fins or scales of those that are in the waters, these are an abomination to you. These are the things which ye shall abhor of birds, and they shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle, and the ossifrage, and the sea eagle, and the vulture, and the kite, and the like to it. Stop right there. Every single one of those is like what's the word I'm looking for? Every single one of those birds is like a predator, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm going to keep reading. And the vulture, and the kite, and the like to it, and the sparrow, and the owl, and the sea mew, and the like to it, and the raven, and every raven, and the birds like it, and the hawk, and his like, and the night raven, and the cormorant, and the stork, the red bill, and the pelican, and the swan, and the heron, and the lapwing, and the like to it, and the hoopoe, and the bat. All the winged creatures that creep, which go upon 4 feet, are abominations to you. But ye shall eat of the creeping wing of animals which go upon 4 feet, which have legs above their feet, to leap to leap with on the earth. Now listen to all those animals. Swan, geese. You could even throw the duck in there, right? If you wanted to. Even though it says like to it, people say that these things are. Here's why I say there's birds that we're going to read about that are different from it, Like a quail is more like a turkey or a chicken or whatever, like yard birds or whatever. But the reason why I say this is because I'm not sure if you guys know this. All tunas don't have scales and fins. This is why, like I normally will go to the store and like buy my tuna. Like I'll buy it and I'll like see what kind of tuna it is before I get it, because not all tuna has scales and fins. I'm not sure if everybody knows that. So like I'm not gonna say that eating duck is clean or whatever or something like that. I've never eaten a swan or a geese or any other bird like that, so I wouldn't know. But I have eaten duck before in my life. I think it tastes good. I don't eat it like an everyday thing, so it's not like but I mean, like, if it's not good to eat, I just won't eat it. But it's like, you know, um, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know what I mean. That's why I'm not gonna say like, oh, go out there and eat a boar, because that's still pork, right? But the I've been thinking about all of it myself, right? And I've just been like, well, it's not like I'm a victim of my own ignorance, because I've always known that the duck and the geese are like close, but they're way different though. Uh, uh, but yeah, some tunas don't have scales, so I'm like, you know, the I'm not saying go out here and try to discern what the scripture is saying, okay, and to any way it means go against it. What I'm saying is that know better. You feel me? So that way you don't put something in your body that you're not supposed to have. Now, what I will say about birds like the geese and the swan, right? Much like a duck, they have a fatty body, right? So there's all the fat on it that people would eat. It's just one of those things where chicken, turkey, quail, pheasant, and a couple of the other birds like that, they're just a lot more lean. Even pigeon and dove are, even though they're meaty, they have a lot less fatty content than those other animals I just mentioned. So, having said that, knowing that all the things of a so-called same genera, right? They're all not the same, right? On, like I just said, all tuna doesn't have scales and fins. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but we'll go forth. Uh, Now listen to what you can eat of all the winged creatures. A lot of them are bugs. But these things, verse 21, ye shall eat of creeping winged animals which go upon 4 feet, which have legs above their feet, to leap with on the earth. And these of them ye shall eat: the caterpillar and his like, and the Atticus and his like, and the Cartharus and his like, and the locust and his like, and every creeping thing from among the birds, and every creeping thing from among the birds which has 4 feet, is an abomination to you. By these shall ye be defiled. Everyone that touches their carcasses shall be unclean till the evening. Now, I don't know too many birds that have 4 feet, right? Unless it's talking about the wings. But no bird, I've never seen a bird walk with his wings on the ground. You see what I'm saying? Like use his wings to walk. I've never seen that, So there might have been birds back then that were that actually had 4 feet. Talking about like that's deep. Something to think about. And that was one of those things I did want to point out, uh, uh, but this is right here. This is what's written. So, always be conscious of what you see. And it's telling you the bird, I can't think of every single different one, like the Cartharus and what's the other one? Exactly what they are. What's the other little bird? Bug. And the Atticus, I just can't think of what they are exactly right now, but look them up. I looked them up, days ago or whatever, and I was like, oh, but these are all bugs. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh man. So this is why when you see people who will make a feast out of like crickets or something like that in these countries in the Far East, they're actually following tradition of what they see in people who look more like, right, once again, do. Because those are clean things to eat. The caterpillar, clean to eat. And I'm not sure if anybody's ever cut open a bug. Like, I don't know if you guys were ever like, curious as children, but children used to always say you made their meat come out, right? Because these things are actually meaty. You see, this is why beetles are clean and stuff like that, because it has legs above, it has arms above its legs. See what I'm saying? Like things like that are actually clean to eat, but it's deep. Let's just keep going. Verse 25, I believe, or verse 24. No, verse 23. Every creeping thing from among the birds, which has 4 feet. Okay, that's crazy. Is an abomination to you, and by these ye shall be defiled. Everyone that touches their carcasses shall be unclean till the evening. And everyone that takes of their dead bodies shall wash his garments, and shall be unclean till the evening. Whichever among the beasts divide the hoof and make claws and does not chew the cud shall be unclean to you. Everyone that touches their dead bodies shall be unclean till the evening. And everyone among all the wild beasts that moves upon its 4 feet, which go on all 4, is unclean to you. Everyone that touches their dead bodies shall be unclean till evening. And he that takes of their dead bodies shall wash his garments and shall be unclean till the evening. These are unclean to you. So stop right there. So a lot of people want to own like little dogs and, like all kinds of little wild little animals. All those animals are unclean to really have around, right? I don't have any animals in my home, so I don't worry about none of that. I don't have to worry about that, like, but if you got like, little Fido running around the house, you know what I'm saying? You got to really keep them clean because their natural nature is not a clean nature. They don't respect their boundaries. They have to be taught that, and it's like still not like they don't have a whole bunch of waste that they deliver waste just like all other animals. So, the cats too, people love to have cats, it's another common animal that people like to have that's not thought about a lot. Because we're about to talk about reptiles in a second, but which is going all 4. Any kind of animal that goes on all 4 outside of like the lizard stuff that we're about to talk about. And once again, there's a bunch of birds that aren't mentioned, right? That I guess you could say are good to go. And I wanted to say that earlier, but it's like that's why I think like discernment and like really just knowing like, yo, just don't eat that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about it, but I'm not gonna tell you to starve either though. And those commandments don't come till way later until people understand that those things they're unclean to eat. Until that's established, you can't tell somebody how to deal with the reckoning, right? Of pretty much sinning by making yourself unclean and by tasting something unclean or by ingesting the unclean. Come on. I could tell you what it is now, but we'll be there. I don't know, a week or a week and a half, something like that. Verse 29, and these are unclean to you of the reptiles upon the earth. Listen to this: the weasel or the cat. Cat's a reptile. The weasel's a reptile, and the mouse, the reptile, and the lizard. And by the word lizard, or a kind of lizard, right? The ferret, that's also a reptile. The chameleon, and the evid, and the newt, which are all kind of like, and the mole. Now listen, the mole's also a reptile, right? These are unclean to you of all the reptiles. These are unclean to you of all the reptiles which are on the earth. Everyone, now stop right there. The, listen, it's it's crazy that people don't really understand, excuse me. And I don't mean kind of lizard, I meant land crocodile. That's my apology. So lizard is land crocodile. So you can't eat gator. You're not supposed to eat that. You're not supposed to eat crocodile. You're not supposed to eat none of that stuff. Right on? Not supposed to, but people put it in. People are tearing some gator up right now, somewhere. And they probably one of the people who they said got corona because they're eating unclean things. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it pushing. Where are we at? There we are. Verse 31. These are unclean to you of all the reptiles which are on the earth. Everyone who touches their carcasses shall be unclean till the evening. And on whatsoever one of their dead bodies shall fall it shall be unclean. Whatever wooden vessel or garment or skin or sack it may be, every vessel in which work should be done should be dipped in water and shall be unclean till evening. Now understand, this is a wooden vessel or garment or a skin or a sack, right? Right? If it touches the dead body, right? You have to clean it with water, right? And it shall be unclean till the night or until the evening, and then it shall be clean, right? Now, I don't know if all water has the ability now to do something like that, where you could put it in there, and then let's just say, for the sake of argument, the bacteria in the water and the bacteria of the dead body of the dead animal got into a fight, and then they killed each other. And then they rendered both each other useless, on the vessel. And so therefore, the wind or whatever blows it all, blows their little dead bacteria bodies away. And then, happy ending. Let's just use like a little scientific reference, right? Whatever you think is scientific. But if that helps you understand it, that this is what's going on to make something unclean to clean again, if you will. It's the antibodies versus whatever, or it's two opposing parties that they can't occupy the same space at the same time. Going forth. And everyone that takes of their dead bodies, verse 25, shall wash his garments and shall be unclean till evening. So, and it's telling you right now, if you take of their dead bodies, so what do you think that means? Right. I just got to throw it out there. Right. Yeah, finger looking good. Yeah. Okay. Not just touch it, take it. I need you to understand. Take stuff, all that. Understand. Use your imagination. This is what it'll explain all this once again later. We'll get to there later, but just need you to know. And I had cooked a duck, a hell of months ago in this year. I guess I'm guilty of that, but I'll live. That's what repenting's all about. I don't mean to laugh about it, y'all. It's not funny, but I'm like, I'd rather eat that than eat some swine. One moment. Where are we at? There we go. Now listen to this. Clay vessels, earthen vessels. And every earthen vessel into which one of these things shall fall, whatsoever is inside it shall be unclean, and it shall be broken. Stop right there. So if you have some food in there or whatever that could be tainted, got to throw it out. Let's say you just had an article in there that has to be cleaned now. You have to take that, clean that, but you still have to break Yeah, I know chicken's clean. Chicken's clean to eat. Chicken's good to go. Chicken's more like quail, like a turkey, like pheasant. Those are all like, once again, if you think about a quail's body mass compared to, let's say, a duck or something, right? Because I've only ever eaten a duck out of all the animals that were like unclean that I can think of right then and there that were mentioned. I know I've only ever eaten a duck, and I'm like, ah, you know, but, and I'm not gonna, once again, I'm not gonna just shrug it off like that. So I'm not gonna act like that. But it's kind of like knowing that I've eaten catfish. I'm not gonna sit here and hang myself on a rope. You know what I mean? Just because I ate catfish in my life. You know what I mean? But I don't go out of my way to eat it these days. I eat tilapia and cod and everything with scales and fins. But you have to ask people what they're cooking when they're cooking fish and stuff, because they're not just going to tell you, oh, I cooked some catfish. You got to ask them, like, yo, is that catfish? Right. So you got to know, once again, you got to know. You got to know to ask, because a fillet of whiting is pretty big. You can fry that up too. And that's going to look, once again, there's bluefin. There's a couple different fishes that if you get them and you fry them, they're going to look really similar to a lot of other fish that you can fry up, So I'm not going to sit here and try to be like, oh, I know all this. You must ask. You must ask. That's number one, because if you don't ask and then somebody do you wrong, they're only half wrong. 1 second. So my light fades. Light all bright. My face, I don't like it. Anyway. If you don't ask somebody what they're serving you, they're liable to give you anything. And that's really on you. You know what I'm saying? At that point, that's not their fault. That's not their fault. You're a grown man, a grown woman. You better ask them. Now, here we go. Verse 34. And all food that is eaten or water shall come from such a vessel shall be unclean. And every beverage which is drunk in any such vessel shall be unclean. And everything on which there shall fall of their dead bodies shall be unclean. Ovens and stands for jars shall be broken down. These are unclean. They shall be unclean to you. Only if the water be of a fountain, be fountains of water or a pool or confluence of water, it shall be clean. So it has to be a large body of water, you know what I'm saying, or something that's like that continues to pour the water down, right, on to push the water out. He that touches their carcasses shall be unclean. And if one of their carcasses shall fall upon any sowing seed, which shall be sown, it shall be clean. Now listen, the seed, if its dead body falls on it and it's dry, is good to go. Listen to this. But if water be poured on any seed and one of their dead bodies fall upon it, it shall be unclean to you. Come on. And if one of the cattle die, which it is lawful for you to eat, he that touches their carcasses shall be unclean till the evening. And if one of the cattle die, which it is lawful for you to eat, he that touches their carcasses shall be unclean till evening. The Most High already explained, you don't eat something that dies of its own. Right on? So, once again, if you're going to touch his dead body, he's like, yo, bro, you're unclean, dog, till the nighttime. Like, people don't even understand. Like, we could break it down to a level where it takes your body that long, the antibodies in your body to fight off these germs, right? To do all that. For the air, for whatever's in the air, you know what I'm talking about? All that stuff. Yeah, of course, no roadkill. That's, oh no, yeah, no roadkill. Don't do that. One moment. Where we at? And here we go again. Verse 40, and he that eats of their carcasses shall wash his garments and be unclean till evening. And he that carries any of their carcasses shall wash his garments and bathe himself in water and be unclean till evening. And every reptile that creeps on the earth, this shall be an abomination to you. It shall not be eaten. And every animal that creeps on its belly, and everyone that goes forth on 4 feet continually, which abounds with feet among all the reptiles creeping upon the earth. Ye shall not eat it, for it is an abomination to you. And ye shall not defile or make them abominable your souls with any reptiles that creep upon the earth. And ye shall not be polluted with them, and ye shall not be unclean by them. For I am the Lord your God, and ye shall be sanctified, and ye shall be holy, because I, the Lord your God, am holy. Stop right there. When people try to say all this other stuff, I need y'all to understand, every animal that it says not to eat, right? Even when you break down the ones where you're like, well, people eat these every day, what's popping, big bro? When you say people eat these every day, right? There's animals people have been eating for hundreds of years. Like, okay, let's say fish, right? Let's say just all kinds of seafood. There's places that people have been eating these things for a long time, and they live a long time. So you're like, well, what's the problem? I'm like, well, it's unclean still. And I'm not going to say that they would have lived much longer had they not eaten it. I could contend that they would have lived longer. But having said that, I could just contend that, you know, it's just different. You know, people just don't understand, uh it's it's more than that. You know what I'm saying? The Most High God is like, yo, I know the nature of these animals. So when people do get heart disease, now I need you to understand this. Did the Most High say, hey, in the future, people are going to make genetically modified organisms? No, that's not written down here. But if you just follow what's written down, you'll still be way less in harm's way than in harm's way based on the animals and the things that they're trying to recreate and make something out of, right? And people say, well, they've made an abomination of everything. I'm like, true. But something that is already unclean in nature is going to be even more unclean when it's ever more tainted. Do you follow what I'm saying? So to ingest that is even more dangerous. I'm going to contend right now that the COVID-19 is more based on what people have ingested and put in their bodies than what than actually breathing. You feel me? To touch all these unclean things and to put them in their bodies and to never give rest to their vessel to expel the uncleanness causes for these diseases to build up, and the transferability is easy from one individual to another who maintains an unclean lifestyle, whether they think they're clean or not, because they take a shower every day and they brush their teeth. See, I'm trying to break down that basic hygiene is not what the Most High God considers clean, because I haven't told you one time to brush your teeth every day. Not one time have I read anything like that to you. So we need to see that this is a matter of your internal body and your organ health. So this is your heart health, or pulmonary, vascular or lungs, your digestive, or your you could call your intestines and your stomach, right? You see what I'm saying? Your nervous or your brain, right? You feel me? And not to forget the gallbladder or the spleen or the liver. The liver, come on, who holds it down, who's like the brain of the body. It's just, there's a lot of different little things, and we need to be aware of that. And having said that, we can go forth to this next part and finish out. Verse 44. For I am the Lord your God, and ye shall be sanctified, and ye shall be holy, because I, the Lord your God, am holy. And ye shall not defile your souls with any of the reptiles creeping upon the earth. For I am the Lord who brought you up out of the land of Egypt to be your God. And ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord, am holy. This is the law concerning beasts and birds and every living creature moving in the water and every living creature creeping on the earth, to distinguish between the unclean and the clean, and between those that bring forth alive as such as should be eaten, and those that bring forth alive such as should not be eaten. Come on. It can't be any more clear than that. No duh. It's telling us what it is. And there's people who eat these things and are in poor health. Okay? Now, we're just going to keep going. I'm not going to get carried away, but I will also contend again that people who are so-called African Americans, who they say have underlying health conditions for the COVID virus, I contend a lot of those people have unclean diets. Let me just say that again. They have unclean diets. And if they would listen to me and just take heed, they would know. Verse 1. This is how the Chinese got it. This is how all those other people got it, by eating dogs, rat, cat, and bat. Right? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, then. Had to take the dog off the cattle list and domesticate it over there in China. Thank you very much. Verse 1. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel. This is chapter 12. This is about women giving birth. This is a short chapter, but listen to it because it's very important. And it just tells you how much women know, how much sense they actually have. Okay? You know what I'm saying? More than that, they're motherly, you know, like they're and they're how humble a woman would have to be in her mind to even subject herself, I guess, if that's the word you want to say, right? To make herself a servant to the Most High God. What's happening, family? You know, verse 1. And we're speaking about clean, unclean, the laws and stuff like that, right? It just so happens that you don't hear anything about the man. You don't hear anything about fathers in this. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's terrible, terrible, and that's terrible. And I'm sad to hear that for that young lady. I don't know nobody who's passed the COVID, you know, but if it's taking out clans, right? Obviously there's a love, there's something, has something to do with what you put in your body. It's not just, you know, we're black people and we have all these health problems already. There's more, what you have health problems based on what you're putting into your vessel. That's a fact. And I do remember, you know what I'm saying? You told me about that lady that was with you, but I didn't see, I thank you for reminding me if you told me about that. But I remember you telling me that there was a sister that came with you, but I remember that. That's tough. 9 people. That's 10 people, y'all, pretty much. That's a whole clan of people. Gone. That's a whole clan. That's a whole clan. Think about that. Anybody read what she just said? If you don't know nobody who died of COVID, you just read that this woman's whole clan had 9 people get hit, right? So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you can't die of eating unclean food. And then just real quick, caveat before we talk about this. There's this thing called oxygen toxicity, right? If you get put on a ventilator, right, and you guys can look this up, and they give you oxygen and you don't need the oxygen, that can actually cause and lead to problems itself too. That can kill you. But we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to move forward. Verse 1 of chapter 12. And this is about giving birth. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, whatsoever woman shall have conceived and born a male child shall be unclean 7 days. She shall be unclean according to the days of separation for her monthly courses. And on the 8th day she shall circumcise the flesh of his foreskin. Stop right there. It's crazy. Check this out. Did y'all hear how, does this say the father's going to circumcise the little baby? No. It says the mama is. It says that based on her monthly courses, because only she knows her body, right? She's going to be based on, that's how we separate her, right? So let's say, for example, right? She knows that she's going through, you know what I'm saying, her cycle at a certain point, right? Boom. And the Most High God is saying, like, if her body continues on to a certain level, when she separates herself, she has to go based on the law of separation for that. Follow me. But it's telling that in the 8th day of this young boy's life, still circumcise him. Now listen to what I'm saying. And for 33 days she shall continue in her unclean blood. And for 33 days she shall continue in her unclean blood. This is the Most High God explaining, right, the body system. Come on, right on, and giving credence to that and letting all those things work itself out. She shall touch nothing holy and shall not enter the sanctuary until the days of her purification be fulfilled. But if she shall have born a female child, then she shall be unclean twice 7 days, according to the time of her monthly courses. For 66 days she shall remain in her unclean blood. And when the days of her purification shall have been fulfilled for a son or a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of a year old without blemish for a whole burnt offering. Now I'm going to just caveat real fast, and I'm going to cover something. I would assume if a woman had twins, son and daughter, right? I don't know if she goes, I do this with my son and then I carry on continually for another 33 days with my daughter. I don't know, but that's what I would assume happens, right? I do one and then so I don't do she's not going to sacrifice anything until the 66 days of her daughter. Maybe the husband might sacrifice, right? But I'm thinking she wouldn't sacrifice until the daughter was at her full completion. You know what I'm saying? Until everybody was all good to go. Just follow what I'm saying. And it just hit me. So I wanted to share that with y'all, you know, that if a woman were to bear twins and she had a son and a daughter, that's what I think you would have to do. Just in case you were wondering, just in case it hit your mind, that's my line of thought on that. Let us continue, please. And verse 6, and when the days of her purification shall have been fulfilled for a son or a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of a year without blemish for a whole burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering to the door of tabernacle of witness to the priest. Now, what's happening, family? I don't know if the sin offering is just the Most High God saying that y'all all sin. I know you sin, so go ahead and bring me something, right? And then the peace offering, right? You know, pretty much, right? The whole burnt offering, right? Is you know, so that way everybody can have a feast, right? And celebrate, you know. Now hear this right here. Verse 7. Whoa. Back in the middle of verse 6. I'll just start all over. And when the days of her purification shall have been fulfilled for a son or a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of a year old without blemish for a whole burnt offering, peace offering, or right, and a young pigeon or turtle dove for a sin offering to the door of the tabernacle of witness to the priest. And he shall make atonement for her and shall purge her from the fountain of her blood. This is the law of her who bears a male or a female. And if she cannot afford a lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one for the whole burnt offering and one for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be purified. Stop right there. This is an amazing thing. This is one of those things where, like, I can't stress enough. You can't really be that oppressed if you can do all these things. You know what I mean? Like, because the reason why I think it doesn't speak on a father, because what if nobody knows who the father is, or the father's not around type dude? Don't think that wasn't the case back then, or an issue. These guys are out in the wilderness. People can just leave on their own. Those little details are not going to be brought to us. They're not going to be told to us. Of people who are abandoners of the cause, folks who would have slipped back to Egypt, like Andre likes to talk about. It's always funny to think about that concept of all the people who would have tried to turncoat and be like, I'm out of here. Right. Or just went anywhere. They wouldn't have went into the land of the Philistines. I know that, because they would have been terrifying. They'd have been seeing big, crazy freaks of nature ripping people in half and eating them. It just would have been way too much. Yeah, that would have, probably would have broken down and had, like those little, what call like a mental breakdown, Yeah, they went crazy for sure. I'm quite positive, because we're about to be reading in the next chapter in the book of Numbers about things just like that. So please don't laugh me off and don't write me off just yet about giants eating people like a roasted lamb. Give me one moment. Note that if she can't afford a lamb, she has to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, right? You still need to bring something for yourself to eat, because the sin offering is going to be burnt all the way up. And this other one is so that way, the priest can get his portion, word, right? And he can get you a little something, Come on. So this is why you do that. And once again, this also just speaks to the level of everybody wouldn't have had money. Everybody, the birthing order of the tribes mattered a lot. How old you are matters, because if you're living 120 years, 130 years on average, you can accumulate some kind of wealth, especially if you're still relatively youthful at the age of 80, 90 years old, 100 years old, you're still relatively youthful, and you're able to make certain business transactions. That matters. That means a lot. So for people to not see it like that sometimes, I can't judge them. They're grown. That's on them. But they should look at it a little bit more glass half full than glass half empty, because the Most High God, He chooses who wins in the end, and the meek shall inherit the earth. And I know people don't want to believe that. Meek doesn't mean you don't desire anything. Meek doesn't mean that you don't want anything. Meek doesn't mean that you don't see injustice. Meek doesn't mean that you don't have physical strength or intellect or wisdom or understanding. Meek doesn't mean that you won't defend yourself. Push come to shove. Meek is not a pushover. Meek is just a person who you operate in outward humility than you do in outward narcissism. Having said that, let's get to chapter 13, because it's about to get deep. Now, before we get too carried away, listen to the numbers of the days that people are supposed to be separated. Okay? And then, once again, it was 7 days and it was 14 days. Just think 14 days quarantine. Listen to the 14-day number again and think where they really got the 14-day quarantine from. Come on now. I'm trying to break it down to you guys. And also listen to who they tell us should have face wraps. Come on. Let me break it down. Verse 1 of chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, if any man should have in the skin of his flesh a bright, clear spot, and there should be in his skin of flesh a plague of leprosy, he shall be brought to Aaron, the priest, or to one of his sons, the priest. And the priest shall view the spot in the skin of his flesh. And if the hair in the spot be changed to white, and the appearance be below the skin, okay, and that says lower than or lower compared with, and that means, the subflesh, right? The inner flesh, right? Be changed to white, and it's not pink, right? And the appearance be below the skin of the flesh, it is a plague of leprosy. And the priest shall look upon it and shall pronounce him or shall defile him unclean. Stop right here. Now, the reason why this is so important is because sometimes people don't appreciate the gravitas, okay, of leprosy and what it looks like. And people have actually seen lepers in their lives and just didn't realize it. See, those people who weren't burnt with fire and just had those spots on their skin, this is what that's talking about. Okay? It's talking about those people that had those bright spots, and it normally stuck out on people who were darker. You know what I'm saying? And we've all seen people who've had this condition. And I mean no disrespect to anyone who may have this condition. Okay? Don't worry, it's not incurable. Take a deep breath, because the Most High God can do anything. But if the spot be clear and white in the skin of his flesh, yet the appearance of it be not deep below the skin, and it's talking about a pussy looking area also too, right on, right? An infection word. So, but I'm speaking to not just a nasty infection. I'm speaking to what we all have seen people have, which are those skin marks. You know what I'm saying? Those they call them skin tags, but they're really highlights in the skin. Okay, and we've seen them be really white on people. So just keep that in mind. Let's not make this a thing about people who have an open wound as opposed to actual spot that shows up on their body from them being unclean, touching unclean animals and things like that. Come on now. And the dead. Come on now. But if the spot be clear and white in the skin of his flesh, yet the appearance of it be not deep below, meaning that it still has pink flesh, and its hair have not changed itself for white hair, but it is dark, then the priest shall separate him that has the spot 7 days. Now stop right there. If this is not any indication that you would have to have darker skin to have a white spot on your skin, listen to me. Hear me now. In order for you, if you're already lacking what they call pigmentation, what they call a melanin, right? What I just call color, okay? If you're just lacking color, okay, how is it going to be terrible? It's going to be so hard to see a white spot on some white skin. Can you dig that? On hairs where the hair already might grow, what color? Come on, white looking. Come on, man. Doesn't even make sense. So we all know in order for this to be the case, you'd have to have darker hair and darker skin to look at for this to be a comparative thing. It's impossible for you to convince a person who's reading this to believe that a person who had leprosy could have gotten it and not have been a person of what you believe to be someone of what you call hue. Thank you very much. An individual with color. Thank you. Having said that, let's go ahead and read this again. And it says, him that has the spot, excuse me, whoa. Then the priest shall separate him that has the spot 7 days. And the priest shall look on the spot the 7th day. And behold, if the spot remains before him, if the spot has not spread on the skin, the priest shall separate him the 2nd time 7 days. How many days is this, y'all? 14 days. What's popping, little Martin? Man, check this out. Y'all just don't know. That's 14 days of what? Quarantine. Come on. That's what separation is. So, and who do they go to? They go to the priest, because the priests are the doctors, the dentists, the lawyers. They're the all around everything. Okay, they are the actual medium between the people and the Messiah, who is who in turn will for a want of better terms give the message to the Most High God. You know, He is our connection to the Most High God. So and so there, in as much we are essentially getting to speak to the Most High through Him. You see what I'm saying? So He's how we get to achieve this. And I don't know if people understand this. Nobody ever got to see. Well, the Most High never dealt face to face with anyone like that, like He dealt with Moses. So when I speak to it, I just speak to a level of degree of saying that the Most High God, the true Creator, dealt with one. He dealt with the man. After this, we can contend that the medium of our message is literally delivered through the Messiah. Having said that, note that they separate the man for 14 days. They come and check on him for his 2nd time. And here we go, verse 6. And the priest shall look upon him the 2nd time on him the 2nd time on the 7th day. And behold, if the dark spot be not spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. For it is a mere mark, and the man shall wash his garments and be clean. Now stop right there. Of course, but I always contend that they're humanoids, but they'll tell you they're humanoids. But let's not even get carried away with that big breath. We don't want to do too much. We just want to, make sure that we lay down the law about where it is that they got their understanding from how to so-called separate the people, for this COVID stuff. And then also understand what really happened when people went apocalypse shopping. Is that they went and bought a whole bunch of unclean food, and they've been eating a whole bunch of unclean food, and so therefore they've been putting in toxins in their bodies. And if they couldn't go to the gym and work out, some of those people weren't inclined to work those toxins out of their body like they normally would have, therefore causing them to get sick. Come on, or we're feeling sickness, going into these emergency rooms, right? Because the initial thing that you had to do was to quarantine yourself for 14 days if you felt the symptoms, which is a biblical mandate. See, I need y'all to understand that they didn't make this up. They didn't create this. All right. And it tells us right here that if a person gets a mark on their skin, right, and it doesn't spread, it's just a mere mark after 14 days. Wash yourself. You're good to go. Thank you very much. This is why those people that we see, it's all good. Right on. Verse 7, but if the bright spot should have changed and spread in the skin, after the priest should have seen him for the purpose of purifying him, then shall he appear the second time to the priest, and the priest shall look upon him. And behold, if the mark has spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. Verse 9, and if a man have a plague of leprosy, then he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall look, and behold, if it is a white spot in the skin, once again, you can't have a white spot in the skin if you already got white looking skin. Right on. So this is giving us an identity. We're getting an idea of the visage of the people. You know, this is not a vulgarity. This is not me trying to be anti-Semitic. All right. This is just me reading it and understanding what I can see. And I know that it would be much more visible for somebody of my skin tone, and there's people darker than me who it would be easier to see on their skin tone. But on a person just my tone alone, it would be very easy to see a white looking mark. And I don't know how a person can't find that to be more believable than not. Going forth, let's just continue to read. Where are we at? Where are we at? And if the leprosy should have come out very evidently in the skin, verse 12, and the leprosy should cover all the skin, and the patient, one second, the plague from and cover the skin of the patient, or plague the patient from head to feet, wheresoever the priest should look. And by the word wheresoever, or according to the whole thing looking, according to the whole looking of the priest, right? Check this right here out. Listen to this. If it spreads all over, then the priest shall look, and behold, the leprosy has covered all the skin of the flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him clean of the plague, because it has changed all to white. It is clean. Stop right there. White people try to claim that this is where they come from, but they didn't. I guess they didn't read the verse following this, but it doesn't say that your hair lays down, does it? Doesn't say that your eyes turn funny colors, does it? Just says that your skin turned all the way white. Listen to me. And your hair turned all the way white. Listen to me. Listen to this. But on whatsoever day the quick flesh shall appear on him, he shall be pronounced unclean. The quick flesh being his actual flesh. Right. So if you turn all the way white and you stay like that, then you get to be pronounced clean. Right on? But who's going to want to get with somebody like that anyway? Right. You're done, unless, you're just talking to somebody super thirsty and they just really love you, it's not happening. Back then, okay. Let's just go ahead and keep it real. We're not talking about the days of Noah. We're talking about way after Noah. Days of Noah, there were white skin looking people running around here 80 feet tall to almost 4,000 feet tall, destroying stuff, doing stuff they had no business doing. The seed of the angels. But once again, this is just telling us that if a person were to go from not white skin to all the way white skin, okay? So once again, their incomplete understanding and their willful abandonment of the rest of the scripture that goes after it is why they can try to promote that lie. Now, it's a lie. Now, that's anti-Semitic. How about that? Strike me down, Most High God, if I'm lying. That's anti-Semitic. try to tell you that having white skin is Semitic. That's anti-Semitic based on what's written down right here. Back to the reading. Verse 14, but on whatsoever day the quick flesh shall appear on him, he shall be pronounced unclean. And the priest shall look upon the sound flesh, and the sound flesh shall prove him to be unclean. For it is unclean, it is a leprosy. Right, the sound flesh, which, what? Sound. Sound is normal, it's regular. Come on, can you dig it? That's what we're used to. Standard, my friends. Right. So now that you got a blotch of your blackness back, of your nigness back, because you turned all the way white, you're unclean again. Come on. It is a leprosy. Verse 16. But if the sound flesh be restored, come on, and change the white, then the priest shall come to him, and the priest shall see him, and behold, the plague is turned white. And the priest shall pronounce the patient clean. He is clean. They say, look, it went back from being sound flesh. He looked all the way regular, having his skin turn all the way white, from looking like a regular dude to turning all the way white. His skin got one of these blotches on it. The blotch goes away back to looking white. Okay, he's clean again. He's good to go. Because he looks normal. He's all the way complete. That's not some kind of a mutation on dude. But understand, this is why a person like this would have been separated in the first place. Now just hear how they get down. And if the flesh should have become an ulcer in the skin, and should be healed, and it should be healed in the place of the ulcer, a white sore, or one looking white and bright or fiery, and it shall be seen by the priest. The priest shall look, and behold, if the appearance beneath the skin and his hair has changed to white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean, because it is a leprosy. It has broken out in the ulcer. Stop right there. This is talking about, now I could argue that this is talking about like herpes and stuff like that, but I'm not even going to say that. What I'll say is, let's say a person has like an infection on their skin, right? I don't know, like poison ivy or something like that, right? And they scratch it, and then it gets infected, and then it just boom, and then it bursts out, and it's nasty. They don't know at this point if that's contagious. Got to get you up out of here. That's a leprosy. See how regular a regular wound could have get you called a leper. It's just this is an open wound. It's considered an ulcer. Come on. It exploded. Come on. And because it exploded, right? And because it's releasing itself or underneath it, the hairs have changed. They're no longer dark hairs. And we've all scraped ourselves, seen the pink skin, and seen dark black hairs underneath the pink, like where the pink skin is at. And like, damn, I didn't know the hairs grew that deep down. But they do. Right. So you've seen your dark hairs on your pink flesh. And it's saying that, right, if you look there and that doesn't look like that, oh, no, bro's messed up. Well, I mean, it's just easier to believe that the stories they tell us are, okay, so let's say I contend what you're saying, right? If we contend that, brother, and we'll just caveat for a quick moment because it's no big deal. If we contend that, right, I don't contend that they come from us in no way, shape, or form. It's impossible, family. What I contend is this, is that if you tell me that you have horse genetics, right, and for whatever reason, a subhuman species that's larger than a regular person was able to breed with a more human-like species and create larger but smaller versions, larger than most regular people, but smaller than themselves, who would have been more giant-like, and they come in massive droves down onto the planet and accept their way. Listen, follow me, and force their way into being accepted as men and women. I believe that. I also believe that about people who are also on the other end of the spectrum too, because I do believe that the fallen came down here and produced children who are tarmac black and don't look nothing like. Talking about tarmac, don't look nothing like me, nothing. Don't resemble them, nothing at all. Right on. And I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying, like, it's not just white people. And proof to this. Let me just give y'all some game real quick. Everybody's talking about Nick Cannon, right? No disrespect to dude, right? His children, follow me. We all have seen black dudes go give children to white women that have straight hair, and the babies come out looking almost like black people, where you wonder, how white is the white chick, right? Nick Cannon has children with Mariah Carey, and his children look more quarter black than they do half black. And I'm not questioning his blackness, I guess, but I know that we don't look visibly the same all the way. Word? So I don't know how strong his gene dominance is, because he may have gene compatibility more similar to her genetic structure that allows for what people consider a recessive genetic to maintain itself in such a dominant fashion. And he's the person that I can just name right off rip without being vulgar or disrespectful. So when people try to say to me, you know, where do you get this idea from? I'm like, first off, it tells us right here. Standard skin is clearly not white. Telling you that if you become all the way white and it stays like that, then you can be considered clean. But if your standard skin, your sound flesh comes back, now you're unclean. So for people to try to tell me that a person like Nick Cannon, whose children aren't as dark as, I mean, understand, it's not like Mariah Carey is like a full-blown white person, right on? So why don't the children look more black? I mean, no disrespect. Patrick Mahomes looks like, in an essence, I guess what you would say, blacker, more nig-like. His hair is more nig-like than the children of Nick Cannon. That's just something to think about. And Patrick Mahomes has a white mom, not a quarter black mom or a mom who's claiming that she's half or something like that. Just something for y'all to think about. And we're going to get back to reading now. Where was he at? That ulcer breaking out. There we go. Verse 21. But if the priest look, and behold, there is no white hair on it, and it be not below the skin of the flesh, and it be dark, and it be dark colored, then the priest shall separate him 7 days. And this is talking about a bruise, right? You know what I'm saying? So if you hurt yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? And you got a bruise there, they're going to see if it becomes infected or whatnot, if it's just a bruise or if it's an infection, and just check it out. But if the manifestly spread over the body, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. It has broken out in the ulcer. Right. That's an infection. They could not be his. Listen, bro, I'm not going to disrespect dude like that. I'm going to say that those are his children. And I know black people who've had children that look like that. Right. I know people who look like niggas who pushed out children that look almost like that. Where they're like, I don't think that's my child. And they went and got the blood test done. And lo and behold, that's their baby. It's just because in their own gene structure, if you don't actually know your own bloodline, like let's say people say like they have an Indian in their family, the Indian person has straight hair, you have within your genome to pass off the gene structure of straight hair. So even though it's a recessive genetic within your body, there's still a possibility that you could pass on that recessive genetic going forth. But if the bright spot should remain in its place and not spread, this is verse 23, it is the scar of the ulcer, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. So 7 days later, right? If they come over there and they check it, and it's just a scar now, right? It's just like that, you know how like that, we'll call it like that harder looking flesh, you know, like when it calluses over, you know what I'm talking about? If it's like that, they're like, okay, he's good to go. It's just going to turn into a scab eventually. It'll heal. You know, he's good. He's clean. Verse 24. And if the flesh be in his skin in a state of fiery inflammation, and there should be in the skin the part which is healed of the inflammation, bright, clear, and white, suffused with red or very white, then the priest shall look upon him. And behold, if the hair being white is changed to a bright color, and its appearance is lower than the skin, it is a leprosy. It has broken out in the inflammation, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. So they're saying, like, look, if he comes into the camp, all of a sudden he's doing whatever, and people can see his skin, and then it just bust open again. It's all nasty looking again, right? See what I'm saying? This is why you're not supposed to pick your scabs. You're not supposed to mess with them, right? Right. You're supposed to just let them heal. Because it could be a leprosy. It could turn into that. You don't know. The ulcer's breaking out on a person, right? Those are just like, people don't even respect the fact that when the ulcer breaks and pops open and it explodes, right? It's like, dog, like, you know, and we've all seen people have like a lesion, or a person might have got a hair bump on their knee or some dumb stuff, right on, ingrown hair. Oh my goodness. Listen, pain. And he's just saying like, look, yo, we got to see and make sure that there ain't nothing wrong with that. Make sure that that's not the wrong thing. And all these dudes who are walking around all bumpy gump, nasty faced, Most High God would be like, nah, bro, separate that dude, bro. Right on? Because we don't want whatever bacteria he got getting on everybody else. You know what I'm saying? He's got to get that right. Here we go. Verse 26. But if the priest should look and behold, there was not the bright spot, any white hair. There was not in the bright spot any white hair, and it should be lower than the skin, and it should be dark. Then the priest shall separate him 7 days, and the priest shall look upon him on the 7th day. And if the spot be much spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. It is broken out in the ulcer. But if the bright spot remains stationary and be spread out in the skin, but the sore should be dark, it is a scar of inflammation, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the mark of the inflammation. So listen, so the keloid, right? You know how people's skin will double over. You know, I can't show you right here. You can't really see it, but on my forearm, I burnt myself all these years ago, right? And I got this little scar there, you know, and it would be what you would call that, like the healing, like the dark mark of the inflammation, even though it matches my skin now because I done cocoa buttered it and did all that stuff, and you know what I mean. Tried to take care of it and make it look as normal as it can, but anyway, it's things like that. And once again, you could compare it to anything. Let's say a person get a pimple, pop a nasty pimple, right? Then it just gets real nasty. They're like, whoa, hold on, bro. I don't know what that is, Pep. We got to separate you. Yeah, here's some stuff to clean that up with, and go over there. Gotta get, and they're gonna be outside the camp. Don't worry, you're gonna hear it. You guys are gonna like this. Verse 29, and if a man or a woman have in them a plague or leprosy in the head or the beard, then the priest shall look on the plague. So it's talking about people who have sores on their head or in their beard, right on? I'm talking about actual, like, once again, those niggas who be bumpy gump and be having and then every once in a while, I'm not just talking about like an ingrown hair, like a regular ingrown hair that you can just rip out and just, bleed out. Oh, these niggas, I'm talking about like the little goose egg ones. Woo, the painful ones. You feel me? He's like, yo, you got like 30 hairs in there. And you done ripped it all out. And you're like, oh, how all these hairs got in there. Ooh, anyway, pain. And if the priest, and the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the appearance of it be beneath the skin, and it be their thin yellowish hair, never had that problem, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a scurf. So I'm not sure what a scurf is. Didn't really look that word up. I just assumed that it's some kind of infection. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen anybody with anything like that. So if anybody else has, inform me, enlighten me what that looks like. You know what I mean? I've just had like an ingrown hair that hurt like a you know what. I'm talking about, so it's different. And and when I rip those hair out, they're always black and curly. So and they hurt. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't know about what this is talking about, but the scurf part, I'm pretty sure that's it's an infection. You know what I'm saying? It's a nasty infection. And they can say whatever they want to say on the internet, but that's what it actually sounds like. And it sounds like it's contagious at that. Then the priest shall set him apart that has the plague of the scurf 7 days. And the priest shall look on the plague the 7th day. And behold, if the scurf be not spread, and there be no yellowish hair on it, and the appearance on the scurf is not hollow under the skin, that is not hollow. So I don't know what the hell that is. Listen to that. What? Hollow under the skin? Ugh. What kind of infection is that, y'all? Whoa. See what I'm saying? Meaning that it's all emptied under there. I can't imagine that. Could you imagine that being on your head? Ooh. See what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff that people was going through back in the day. I don't know what they was doing, but I'm gonna assume that eating some of that unclean food in those unclean ways was not conducive to your bodies cannot, you know what I mean? Your body can't hold on to all that nasty stuff and live. It just won't happen. Where are we at? Where we go? Where are we at? Verse 32. And if the priest, and the priest shall look at the plague on the 7th day, and behold, if the scurf be not spread, and there be no yellowish hair on it, and the appearance of the scurf is not hollow under the skin, then the skin shall be shaven, and the scurf shall not be shaven. And the priest shall set aside the person having the scurf the 2nd time for 7 days. Yep, absolutely right, bro. Bug bites, yep, absolutely right, bro. Yep, absolutely. Says not to shave the scurf, right? And then once again, another 7 days of separation. Come on. What is it starting to sound like? That quarantine stuff that they wanted people to do before? Come on, man. Where do you think they got the number from? No joke. This number's been here for thousands of years. Can't nobody refute that. Oh, man, bug bites can kill you, Martin. But they can cause nasty infections, bruh. That can become nasty lesions that get infected. Oh, man, bug bites can tear you up. Excellent reminder. Excellent reminder. This is where they got it all from, though, y'all. The 14-day, I can't stress it enough, man. Put that in your minds. They're not as smart as they act. What's not all the way true, young man? You're tripping, young dude. Young nigga. It's written here thousands of years ago. That's irrefutable. That's all the way true, pimpin'. You gonna say the Dead Sea Scrolls are not all the way true? Come on, young man. I'm just gonna keep reading. But if the scurf indeed spread in the skin, whoa. And the priest, here we go. And the priest shall see the scurf on the seventh day. And behold, if the scurf is not spread in the skin after the man's being shaved, and the appearance of the scurf is not hollow beneath the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his garments and be clean. But if the scurf has been indeed spread in the skin after he has been purified, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the scurf be spread in the skin, the priest shall not examine concerning the yellow hair, for he is unclean. But if the scurf remain before him in its place, and a dark hair have arisen in it, the scurf is healed. He is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Right. It's an infection. Right on. And they're saying, like, boom, whatever the infection is caused for the hair to turn white. This isn't like a person's hair turning gray, where the hair turn white, and it goes from black or dark colored or what. Once again, so these aren't white dudes with blonde beards. You know what I'm saying? Of course, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. But who doesn't know that every bug bite's not fatal and can't harm you? I mean, that goes without saying, Martin. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you know, if nobody in the world knew that, I'm glad you expressed that. But I thought that tacit understanding or the suggested understanding was that people understood that, that certain bug bites could be venomous and could be harmful to you, while other ones might not do very much to you. But okay. And notice the scurf is not hollow, so it's not full of juice. Right on. So the hair has come through it, right? And now he has hair growing back through it. You can call it a lesion, you can call it whatever, but it does pronounce that this is in this man's beard, not in his head, in this thing, right on. And if a man or woman should have in the skin, now you can talk about this being in your hair, but when it's using this, I'm assuming the scurf is talking about a scurf in his beard. That's what it says. So, you know what I mean? I mean, like, these are the little things, right? It's minutia like that. That first off, number one, a person that grows blonde hair, right? How could this apply to them? How could people who have a genetic sequence that already sounds like there's something wrong with them, right? In short, how could that be the case? And then how could people who have only part of the genetic sequence, being that they may have darker hair and darker eyes, but their skin isn't dark, so they're lacking a major part of the genetic sequence that would make this a feasible thing, right on? Or the phenotype, as it's talking about the beard. If a person does not actually have a beard, they're not going to get a scurf in their beard. It's impossible. How can you get something on something you don't have? It doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? So when people don't really and this is this basic. That's what's written down right there. You know, people can get mad. I didn't write this scripture, but I can guarantee you this: every white person does not grow a beard. Facts. as many black people as they claim don't grow facial hair, there's just as many white dudes who don't. Facts. You know what I'm saying? It's a shock in your mind that harms you. No creature is out to harm you. You're actually curing is what I'm saying. So you can't say it's harmful. I don't know. There's a lot of people that die getting blicked by black widows every year. You know what I'm saying? And there's people who get bit by brown recluse out here every year, and they have to get stuff amputated, and they have to get surgeries done. But you know, you can look that stuff up on your own time, young man. You know, look up a brown recluse and just look up the bites that it does if you think that that's going to heal you. Verse 37. But if the scurf remain before him in its place, and a dark hair should have arisen in it, then the scurf is healed. He is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. And if a man or a woman should have in the skin of their flesh spots of a bright whiteness, in their flesh spots of a bright whiteness, then the priest shall look, and behold, this there being bright spots of a bright whiteness in the skin of their flesh, it is a tetter. It bursts forth in the skin of his flesh. He is clean. Stop right there. Tetters and leprosies are different. The bright whiteness of and I didn't mean to confuse anybody earlier. Those bright white spots that you've seen people get, and they're normally on people's forearms. Every once in a while, they're on their face, but you normally see them around people's wrists and their forearms. You just have to pay attention to look. Those are tetters, right? And they're normally really bright. They're normally white looking. They don't look like pink flesh. They don't look like it could be a white person's flesh. Right on? Does that make sense? A so-called white person. You feel me? These are actually bright white spots that are like, I don't know, that's more or less, you know, like likened to these, you know what I mean? Like people who have like little tiny little spots like that on them. And you just have to look. They be on people's bodies. These things have killed people too, Martin. I mean, Martin, you should stop, bro. You should look up how many people bee stings kill every year. How many people carry EpiPens because of bees, man. Martin, bro. Nobody said you were wrong about anything, dog. Right on. All I did was just challenge your point as to what you were saying, because I didn't understand the point of you saying what you were saying in the first place. You know. Verse 40, and if anyone's head should lose the hair, he is only bald, he is clean. Didn't say shave, should lose. And if there should be in his baldness of head or his baldness of forehead a white or fiery plague, it is a leprosy in his baldness of head or baldness of forehead. And the priest shall look upon him, and behold, if the appearance of the plague be white or inflamed in his baldness of head or baldness in front, as the appearance of leprosy in the skin of his flesh, he is a leprous man. The priest shall surely pronounce him unclean, and his plague is in his head. And the leper in whom the priest is, and the leper in whom the plague is, let his garments be ungirt and his head uncovered, and let him have a covering put upon his mouth, and he shall be called unclean. Stop right there. Now, don't y'all think that that's crazy? That they say, and the leper in whom the plague is, let his garments be ungirt. So you don't, listen. I'm saying, keep those on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't take those off. Keep all that on. And cover his mouth. Once again, if y'all wondering where they got the mouth covering thing from, cover your mouth so you don't spread it to somebody else. Come on, let's just keep reading. These guys are so funny. But you know, the pale man wrote it. Whatever. And the leper in whom the plague, verse 45. And the leper in whom the plague is, let his garments be ungirt, and his head uncovered, and let him have a covering put upon his mouth, and he shall be called unclean. And all the days in which the plague shall be upon him, being unclean, he shall be esteemed unclean. He shall dwell apart. His place of sojourn shall be without the camp. And if a garment have in the plague of leprosy, a garment of wool or a garment of flax, either in the warp of the wolf, and people are like, it's supposed to be uncovered, Meech. Listen, I understand that. That's outside the camp. Don't think that you're going to let this dude walk around like that. You let that breathe outside of here. But you're not telling me that dude's about to be walking around. No. Cover all that up. Get out of here. And then make sure you put this on your face. Right on? So that way you don't, whatever is inside of you, see, understand. Because something inside of you manifested itself to the outside. Right on? It's not just, it could just be a bug bite. This is why they have this dude covering his mouth, or woman covering their mouth, because they believe it's an internal disease. Having said that, we're going to go forth. And if the garment have in it the plague of a leprosy, a garment of wool or a garment of flax, either in the warp or in the woof or in the linen or in the woolen threads or in the skin or any workmanship of skin, and the plague be greenish or reddish in the skin. This is talking about mold right now. Or in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in any utensil of skin or rot skin actively or passively connected with work. That's the symbol down there. Give me one moment. Or any utensil, or in any utensil of skin, it is a plague of leprosy. And he shall show it to the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague. And the priest shall set apart that which has the plague 7 days. And the priest shall look upon the plague on the 7th day. And if the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in the skin, and whatsoever things skins may be spread in the workmanship, the plague is confirmed a leprosy. It is unclean. He shall burn the garment, either the warp or the woof in the woolen garments, or in the flaxen, or in any utensil of the skin in which there may be, the plague, because it is a confirmed leprosy. It shall be burnt with fire. And if the priest should see the plague be not spread in the garments, either in the warp or in the woof, or in any utensil of the skin, then the priest shall give directions, and one shall wash that which is there may have been the plague. And the priest shall set it aside for a second time for 7 days. And the priest shall look upon it after 7 days have been washed. And if this, even the plague, has not changed in its appearance, and the plague does not spread, it is unclean. It shall be burnt with fire. It is fixed in the garment. It is in the warp or in the woof. And the priest, stop right there. No, I'm going to read this last part so that way I can tie it all together. And if the priest should look and spot the dark after it has been washed, and he shall tear off from the garment dark. Now this is also mold, right? So red, green, and black mold, and those are all different kinds of molds. And if the priest should look and the spot be dark after it has been washed, he shall tear it off the garment, either from the warp or from the woof or from the skin. And if it should appear in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in any article of skin, it is a leprosy bursting forth. That wherein the plague shall be burnt with fire. And the garment or the warp or the woof or any article of skin which shall be washed, and the plague shall depart from it, shall also be washed again. Listen, stop right there. Break down this right here to yourself. No, it tells us that if they washed it the one time and the stuff is still there, you got to burn it up. You burn it in a certain instance anyway, right? But it's like, yo, if you check on it and you washed it 7 days later, after the first 7 days, it has to go because it's not, you can't get right. Okay, then it's also saying like, look, yo, if it doesn't change, right? So it doesn't matter if you don't get it out. If it doesn't change, so there's the if it spreads factor, then if it doesn't spread factor. There's the okay, if you wash it and it leaves and then the black mold comes, okay, now you have to cut that part out, wash it again. If it gets clean, you have to wash it again now, right? And it'll be clean. So there's different levels and different, it's not just, oh, it's good to go or it's bad. You know, now we've all seen mold, green mold, ruin clothes. Forget who I was speaking with, but I was speaking with somebody and they said that there was this place, this expensive place in New York that has all these nice clothes and nice shoes and they're leather, and they left the place for lockdown and they didn't come back for like 3 or 4 months, and all their leather stuff is all molded. Nobody checked on it. And I'm talking about millions of dollars of stuff ruined. And that happened because no one checked on it. No one maintained and upkept it. Nothing. It's right. See what I'm saying? So a lot of that stuff, if they don't know how to do it right here, right, they're going to have to throw it all the way out anyway. You see what I'm saying? And this is the law. That's how it's supposed to go. I could tell you about so-called names of the mold, right? We could even talk about how they use certain molds as medicine. We're not going to get carried away with that. What we'll do is this, is we'll say that it's calling these things a disease and a plague and a pollution for a reason. It wouldn't say that if that wasn't the case. It's easy to contend that, sure, oh, well, man, they just didn't know better. A man did not give them these instructions. I can't stress that enough. These are literal divine instructions. This is why they're impossible to refute. They're irrefutable. If you just don't go against the grain and you go with the grain, you're going to be okay. If you go against the grain, you're going to be no good. Because as you can hear, right, you have to be separated 14 days. Listen, and each separation is time. You know, that's a lot of time for something to heal. Now, it doesn't go on and tell a person who's been separated how to conduct themselves. It doesn't even say that. No, these are instructions given to the priest as to how they're supposed to handle the situation. All right. And the priests are supposed to be what? A royal priesthood. So these wouldn't just be, it's not like it's just anybody saying it to you. It's important. It's a very vital thing. Verse 1 of chapter 14. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, this is the law of the leper. In whatsoever day he shall have been cleansed. And by the word cleanse is to cleanse. And this place seems to have simply to heal, or the day he'll have been healed. Then shall he be brought to the priest. And the priest shall come forth out of the camp. And the priest shall look. And behold, the plague of leprosy is removed or healed from the leper, and the priest shall give directions, and they shall take from him that is cleansed 2 clean live birds, and cedar wood, and spun scarlet, and hyssop, which is a plant, And the priest shall give direction, and they shall kill one bird over living water, or excuse me. They shall kill one bird over or into an earthen vessel over running or living water. Now, I can't prove to you guys that they had some kind of lever and they had some kind of well and somebody's pumping the water or there's some kind of way for the water to pump, right? So you can just say that they're at a stream, right? You can just assume, or you can say that they brought themselves to some kind of stream outside of the camp, right? Wherever that would be. So understand, this wilderness is not a desert, all right? And it gives even further indication to the destruction and how they've totally destroyed the land that was plush at one point in time, that people believe was always a desert. It wasn't always like that. It was not always like that. I can't stress that enough. And there's a lot of places in the Middle East where they grow crops and things like that. But those places always didn't look like that. A lot of those places were far more vegetated. They were far more beautiful before all the blood spilling happened and the blood made it hard for the plants to grow and this. I don't even want to get carried away with that because it's just a sad thing to think about. But it's a true thing, though, that the blood that was spilled, just like here in America, people always wanted to know also why the soil had such a hard time. We're not talking about a dead body decomposing in the ground now. We're talking about the actual iron itself spilling into the ground and causing chemical disruptions, if you will, you know. I mean, by definition, if they touch the unclean thing and then they touch you, that, I mean, I don't see how that doesn't make you unclean. But I mean, this is why it's so. Don't worry, bro. Just pray, bro. We're not in the wilderness. We're in captivity. We're post this part. We're just reading how we got to where we're at, big bro. So take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. It's all good. Right on. Just be mindful, brother. You know what I'm saying? Just be mindful. That's all I can say, bro. Is be mindful of the relationship and ever more encourage that person just to care about their self. Has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with them. You know what I mean? You know, make it about them while not making it an issue, if that's the case. And if they don't want to hear it, they don't have to hear it because they're grown. It is their vessel. It is their body. So it will ultimately be their consequence if they have to pay for a negative health consequence from putting something in their body that's not supposed to be there. You know, having said that, once again, people live with dogs and cats in their home, bro. You know, and they love these animals. Am I going to tell them just to throw out the animal because you see what I'm saying? I mean, we've been taught to think things that are not righteous. And because it's not righteous, and because we live in a system where the unrighteousness is fulfilled so continually, it's very difficult to just break away and not be totally cut off by that same society and system. Because if you totally do everything the right way, people will discontinue to deal with you. And therefore, your dividends or your finances will be disrupted or cut off. And that will disrupt your lifestyle. And people can say that they don't mind, it's whatever, God will take care of me. But it's like there's a level where the Most High God does want you to do the work, and at least put forth an effort to try to do something, I know better to do better, family. Trust me, bro. But that's what but this is what I'm saying though. It's not indicative. It's just because you read it right here in the scripture. I'm not saying for you to go and to cause problems in your own home, or to say something to somebody who you know might be in that type of situation, because that's friction that I don't have to deal with. So that would be, first off, that would just be dirty and dastardly of me to do. That would be evil and wicked of me to do, right? To sow seeds of discord among brethren or sistren, for that matter. Having said that, it's easier for me to just say, you know better, so you do better. And you continue to praise the Most High God in the best capacity that you can praise the Most High God, that you know that you can, because in this land, you will never be able to do that perfectly. You know, once again, they consider us watered down people stolen from another continent, people that were the watered down version of people stolen from another continent who didn't take full advantage of the time they were left alone by the same people who have been beating us down and and have needed us while beating us down, because the servitile spirit and the spirit of shame. Come on, see, that's the thing that black people don't talk about with the, talking about slavery, if we're going to caveat. The spirit of shame is so powerful, okay? So we can't, and I'm not going to deviate too far from the scripture, but we just have to know that that's why I say shame is a powerful motivator. You know what I mean? Love is it is. But the shame I feel for not doing the right thing when I could have done the right thing, or when I should do the right thing, is a motivator to, while I'm still alive, to hopefully do the right thing if I ever get the chance again to do so. And it's just about trying your best to love people and to understand what they're saying, while not letting anybody or becoming a footstool or a doormat, right on, to their own agenda. Because once again, I, as a black man who I identify as being an Afro man, there's things that I don't expect people who aren't Afro black people, who are considered black people, to not. I don't. There's things I don't expect them to really appreciate that I have to appreciate, because it's going to be looked at way differently if I do it than if they do it. And even though the world will say, well, they're a black person, the treatment they'll get from the unspoken subtleties that'll take place are drastically different. The lynchings of people that look like Rosa Parks just didn't take place nearly as much as the people that look like Demetrius Jones. And people have to respect that. You know what I mean? And once again, if you're in a relationship and you know better to do better, right? That means that if I love the Most High God as much as I say I do, I'm going to slowly put myself in a position to eventually be where I know I should be. No matter how painful it may be to me, I will put myself there because it's where I deserve to be. It's where I need to be to feel the most complete. But if where I'm at now is not killing me, and I'm content, and I can maintain being content, and I can maintain what feels like my service to my people, which is just by being altruistic where I can, by being giving and selfless where I can, right? And not by being overbearing. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Let me hit up this little part right here, and then I'm gonna hit you up with, you know what? Forget it. Let me just tell you what I think love is. Real love. Love is the emotion that drives all other emotions. Right on? Even hate. Right on? You see what I'm saying? It's an energy, but we'll get into that, because you're about to read about love here in a second. Here it is. So it says, and the priest shall give direction, and they shall kill one bird over an earthen vessel. This is a clay vessel, and running water. So you can assume that this is a stream or this is a well that's being pumped. However you want to imagine this. I like to imagine a well because people are, it gives them much more intelligent. It just makes them seem more smart. I like that. And as for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the spun scarlet, and the hyssop, and he shall dip them, and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was slain over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times upon him that was cleansed of leprosy, and he shall be clean. And he shall let go the living bird into the field. And the man that has been cleansed shall wash his garments, listen to this, and shall shave his hair, and shall wash himself in water, and shall be clean. And he shall go into the camp, and shall remain out of his house 7 days. So first he's going to cut his hair off, right? Make himself bald, right? Once he cleanses himself, once he's been cleansed. Now understand, the ultimate sign of the love is the letting go of the one bird, right on? And it's almost like to show the bird the showing of mercy, right? Because that bird knows that the other bird dies. It has to know that. It has to know that it was dipped in the blood of the other bird, right on? And to have to been sprinkled 7 times, right? This is a traumatic event for this bird, right? Bird has I don't know if the bird does it or doesn't. Let's say the bird knows what's going on. The bird is going to live and go through this. This is a bird who now, it's a holy thing. It's deeper than y'all, because the bird could just die too as a part of sacrifice, but it doesn't have to, right on? So it's the sign of like true atonement. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing. Having said that, note the person takes off all their hair now, and they're gonna be outside of their house for 7 days. So they're not gonna go into their tent, right? Or into their home, or their booth, whatever they have built. And it shall come to pass on the 7th day, he shall shave off all his hair, his head, his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair shall he shave. And he shall wash his garments and wash his body with water, and shall be clean. Now this is a leper. Word? Follow me. Now I need y'all to understand, if a person just went from being brown skin to having complete white skin, you still got an afro, beard, all that, right? He says, look, you're going to go now after you've been cleansed. I don't know what blood, hyssop, scarlet, and living water or running water, which would be much cleaner, is it's not stagnant. I'm not sure what that does. I don't understand that level of spectra. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't tell you. But there's something about this process that is a purification process, and it's a part of it. And the person has to, and now they take all the hair off their body. Now I need y'all to understand this. The only process that I know of that people do this, the first one that I ever knew is when they killed death row inmates. Right on? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about in this country, like the first time that I ever knew of anything like that, right? And then the second time I heard of people doing stuff like this is when they were blowing themselves up. But I need y'all to understand that these are still tenets that they got out of the scripture. This is why they have the people to wash themselves and to put on a certain type of garment when they kill them and everything. Come on, they think they're doing something holier than thou for those people when they do that. But it's sick. Okay. It's sick. Because that's not the way that they should have died. They should have died a whole nother death. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that getting stoned is more merciful than getting electrocuted, but there's a level of conviction that you have to stone somebody than you don't have to flip a switch once you put all these devices and you put this contraption on their body. You strap them down and put this helmet on their head. You know what I'm saying? Like that takes very little conviction. It doesn't take any real No, you don't have to. You don't have to be willing to do that or unwilling. Having said that, now let's just keep checking this right here out. Verse 10. And on the 8th day, he shall take 2 lambs without spot of a year age, and 1 ewe lamb without spot of a year old. So 2 lambs and 1 ewe lamb. So you're like, what's the difference? An ewe lamb is a daughter lamb or a girl lamb, just in case y'all, like when I say that, y'all didn't know. An ewe lamb is a female lamb. So you're going to take 2 little boy lambs, and then you're going to take a girl lamb, right? And listen to this. And 3 tenths of fine flour of sacrifice kneaded with oil, and 1 small cup of oil. And the priest shall cleanse them, and shall present them under purification, and these offerings before the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of witness. And the priest shall take 1 lamb, and offer him for a trespass offering, and the cup of oil, and set them apart for a special offering before the Lord. And they shall kill the lamb in the place where they kill the whole burnt offering, and the sin offerings in the holy places. For it is a sin offering. As the trespass offering, it belongs to the priest. It is most holy. So understand, you have 3 different offerings coming up. You have one just for the Most High. You have the trespass that are just for the priest. Now you have this other offering, right, where the priest will get certain parts of the offering, okay? But this will go to the person in their house. You follow what I'm saying? And whatever they find fit to eat. And of course, they're going to offer whatever they think is righteous to the priest, like, oh, you guys should take this. And the priest will say, yeah, yeah, or they'll say, no, no. But what it is, though, is this is their way to atone. And their house eats, the priest eat, right? And the Most High obviously eats. And there is never a form in which the sacrifice is supposed to take place where the fat is not supposed to be offered to the Most High God. At all times you offer fat. At all times you season everything with salt. Okay, right? It's just something to think about. Here we go. And they shall kill the lamb in the place of the whole burnt offering and the sin offerings in the holy place, for it is a sin offering. And as the trespass offering, it belongs to the priest. It is most holy. And the priest shall take the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it at the tip of the right ear of the person under cleansing, and on his right thumb, and on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take the cup of oil, and shall pour it upon his own left hand. Well, it's the priest's hand, obviously, but just in case people didn't understand that. But it says that, though, in the symbols. And he shall dip with the finger of his right hand into some of the oil that is in his left hand. And he shall sprinkle with his finger 7 times before the Lord. And the remaining oil in his hand, the priest shall put on the right tip of the right ear under the cleansing, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot, on the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the remaining oil that is on the hand of the priest shall put on the head of the cleansed leper, and the priest shall anoint him, and the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord. There we go. So here how they do that. So here how they go. They copy it, right, on their own self. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. As to put the blood as it's the symbology, right? It's almost like because this is what I am. This oil's anointed. I'm anointed, right? Bang, bang, bang. So when I put the rest on you, I'm going to anoint you, and then I'm going to atone for what you've done, whatever it is, because the assumption is still for you to have become a leper out of nowhere. You sinned. You did something you did wrong. Even if we didn't see it, the Most High God knows. And obviously, he's made you pay for it. Now, here we go. Excuse me. And the priest shall offer. Whoa. And the priest shall sacrifice the sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for the person under purification to cleanse him from his sin. And afterwards the priest shall slay the whole burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the whole burnt offering and the sacrifice upon the altar before the Lord. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be cleansed. And if he should be poor and cannot afford so much, right, and his hand find not. So understand, this was when I said that to y'all before it was like when I was like, yo, what people brought to actually build the tabernacle and the things that they put forth and people who were willing, that was an indication of who was rich and who was poor then. It's just something to think about. It's one of those things, you know what I mean? And for me to contend that one of the more rich people of the tribe of Dan, who was very talented, and one of the more rich people of the tribe of Judah, who was very talented, were the two people who were the chief architects and how it got built outside of the divine instruction given to Moses himself, is even more edification. So this is why it has classifications to how they sacrifice to if they don't have the things one person may have to another person. No, I don't consider them both the same thing. One's completely different from the other. One has what clearly seems to be divine instruction. The other has what seems to be the presence of what truly seems to be, what in my mind truly is a divine person, a creature, a thing, angel. And the story is overshadowed by the fame, right, or the infamy of one named Paul. So before I get carried away with that, right, because we've got like another 15, 20 minutes reading to this, 30 minutes reading to this, to do. But, that's no big deal. So we can caveat to this real fast. My personal opinion about the New Testimony is that in order to read the New Testament and to truly understand and to truly appreciate what you're reading, you have to read all 4 books of the book of the Maccabees. You don't have to read the entire Apocrypha. It will help understand certain other parts. But if you read the entire book of the Maccabees and understand the gap of time between the book of Malachi and the book of Matthew, right? And then there's this, so we have a physical bridge, even if everything in the book of Maccabees isn't to be taken serious, because this is where the people who now call themselves Israeli or Jews or Jewish people, this is where they actually come into play. Right on. This is the first time that they're made note of ever. And they're called Assyrians. And the major historical significance of the Assyrian people, right, if you read the story of the book of Maccabees, is that what takes place is they eventually assume power by saying that they fight with the children of Israel. And then when the children of Israel come into a moment of peril, they say, hey, well, we actually don't have anything to do with that. And they and so people are like, well, what does the Maccabees have to do with the New Testament? I'm like, give me a moment, I'll get there. In the book of the Maccabees, there's a major moment where Judas Maccabeus sends out a couple of emissaries to the Romans to make league with the Romans. Now, the reason why he does this is because he's afraid of the Romans, because he's heard about their power and their prowess. Now, the unfortunate thing is that Judas Maccabeus dies before the Romans can ever be a help to him. Okay, he dies in combat versus the Greeks. Evermore, give me one moment, brother, and then I'll pick up there. Evermore, the legal standpoint that the Romans came into Judea, they didn't invade Judea. They never invaded Judea. That's a lie. Right on? That's not what happened. They were told that they were to be pretty much, that the Israelites who were still left were supposed to be Confederates to the Romans. What ended up happening is that Judas Maccabeus dies, all of his brothers get killed, they get set up, the Assyrians take power, okay, they create this sect called the Pharisees, right? The Sadducees are the actual original Levites, who the people that the Maccabees come from, and then what you would call the Zealots, right? Whom the Messiah, or Jesus guy I like to call, attached himself more or less. He didn't attach himself to, but he's associated more with them than any other group. The reason why he attaches himself more or less with them is because within their ranks, there's so much dissension, they can be used to do what needs to be done, which is the charge of insurrection he is actually charged with. Okay, one second, and let me read your second part. The story of the main character. The main character being Jesus guy, right? Yeah, I believe his story. His story is believable. I'm not going to contend that Jesus guy came from the loins of Joseph. But the understanding that the Messiah would come from a man and a woman is what I understand. Now, I can't prove that the people who put their handprints all over the New Testimony may have committed some literary embellishment. Having said that, there's nothing impossible unto the Most High God. I've just never known of a woman to be asexual and to conceive a child all on her own. And furthermore, several of the disciples are what you would call his half brothers. They were his legitimate brothers from Joseph and from Mary. And the bloodlines that you read of in the New Testimony vindicate the fact that both Mary and both Joseph, with their bloodline goes all the way back to Adam. Now, why this is so important is because one man named Paul tells people to not think about endless genealogies. But the problem with this is that the book of the covenant, okay, which is not called the Genesis, it's called the book of the covenant, right? The book of the covenant explains genealogy thoroughly. But he, being not a man who is actually a true child of Abraham, or maybe he just was not enough of a child of Abraham, he could not capitulate, he could not surrender the idea that what's the word I'm looking for? That Adam actually existed. He didn't even believe that in himself. He didn't believe, you can't say don't believe in endless genealogies and then speak on Adam, the very first man. That doesn't make any sense. How is the genealogy endless? And then you speak on the so-called first man. See, it's things like that. It's that type of literary embellishment that they engage in that makes you really question their motives. But The reason why I say Jesus guy is he's smarter than everybody you ever read about, even in the Old Testament. The only people you could say measure up. You could argue Moses is like that smart, but I would say Noah, number one, because he built the ark. So you have to give him credit there. Then we're just going to talk about raw intellect, from what I understand. Daniel, then Solomon. Oh my goodness. I could contend Hezekiah. I'm pretty sure Hezekiah, when he was alive, he's the one who had the aqueduct built, right? Pretty intelligent guy to do that. I'm not sure who else seems like a really bright guy. David is actually pretty intelligent, but they're not even close. I mean, like, the closest is really Daniel and maybe Solomon. Daniel's like the smartest dude. Daniel, I don't think y'all understand. Daniel is the smartest dude in the entire New Testament. Like, head and shoulders, pretty much. His intellect is unmatched. His wisdom is unmatched. His understanding is unmatched. He is super wise, but that's neither here nor there. And I would contend that's only because he was raised up in the priesthood to know these things, to do these things. You know what I'm saying? But actually, just to have, and I don't feel bad about getting off track, because we'll get right back to the scripture here in a second. The New Testament has so many tenets that actually comply with the Old Testament, that a person who would say that the Messiah is one moment. So you believe human sacrifice was divine? No. Human sacrifice is forbidden, but the one instance I can think of right now, right off top of my head, is that there was a judge, and he promised, and he says that, I promise, if you give me the battle, the first person I see who comes out of my house, I'll sacrifice to you. He wins the battle, and the first person that comes out of his home is his daughter, and he has to sacrifice his daughter. And so after that, they were like, yo, nobody never do that no more. But human sacrifice, I will not say is divinely inspired, but I do believe that the fallen angels have a hand to do with that. And they were from the heavens at one point. So there's a touch of divinity that's tainted with evil wickedness, if you will, when you say that. When the Most High told us not to pass our children through the fire, what is it? Just simply that, bro. I mean, people can try to go through the metaphorical fire, right? You know, I like to think it's several things. It's those cultural indoctrinations where they actually have people walk through fire, right? It's the walking on coals and walking through literal flames. And then there's the more tragic part of people literally putting their children into flames and killing them, you know? And to have said that, though, brother, you know, those sacrifices have a tangible result. Something was happening when people sacrificed for them to do it, you know? So, and this is something that, you know, once again, that me and Brother Andre have talked about for many years. You know, people weren't sacrificing for nothing. Solomon, he fell out of favor with the Most High God because he started doing that. So when you understand the fact that they connect Solomon to all kinds of esoteric understanding, things that are technically evil and wicked, you know, we have to then, you know, the keys of Solomon. I forget how many of them there are. You know, the seal of Solomon, but the keys of Solomon, whatever, right? That right there, that thing, you know, which is a demonic thing, and There's evidence to believe that Jesus guy is the Son of Man. There's evidence to believe that Jesus guy there's evidence to believe Jeshua is indeed the Son of Man. There's evidence to believe that. There's evidence to believe that. The most evident part would be his his ability to read without ever being taught. I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to really think about how massive that is. Okay? This is a man who grew up speaking the Greek language, okay, along with the Hebrew tongue, right? Or whatever language that the Jews spoke back then. But I'm going to assume that he spoke the Grecian language too. Follow me. Never been educated, as far as we know. This guy's the son of a carpenter. Right on? He's the son of a worksman. But that also gives understanding and credence that he had, because once again, who did the Most High God give wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in all things to? The tribe of Judah and the tribe of Dan, but he gave it in full divine wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to the tribe of Judah. So people can say whatever, but that's a heavy indication, you know. And give me one moment to continue to elaborate, fam. And so when you have this relationship, right? I can't get carried away into the scripture, which is the book of Enoch. But what I will say is this: is that if I were to deviate there, but I won't to stay on task, is that there's a part where it tells us that the Messiah, who is his personal angel, is right under the Most High God in his wings, so to speak, and he's there. So, and that's where he rests. So we must understand, we must know that the Son of Man, okay, he's called the Son of Man because he looks like the Son of Man, and this is another indication, is because the angels, the 7 angels, those white men, okay, or the white ones, right? Those angels that came down during the days of Noah, who had the same visage of Noah, which is why he wasn't terrified, they look like the same kind of people who I'm talking about the lepers were, right on? Only a little different. So we just have to recognize that the title of the Son of Man indicates that he looks like the people that are on earth. Something that Brother Andre pointed out to me before I actually got to really read the book of Enoch myself and really got to sit down. And then I was like, yep, like that. And that, obviously, I like to take out the trash and get it in. Now, here we go. Why wouldn't that story have not been told by the Most High himself? Which story, brother? Because you have to understand, does the Most High God tell us that the Messiah is called God? Or is Abraham's God? Follow me. Abraham met a physical person whom he considered the Lord. Right on? Isaac met someone whom he considered the Lord, whom he called God. Jacob met someone, a physical, tangible being. It's a person. I contest. When the Son of Man said, I've been here since the beginning, I've been here the whole time, right? He's probably talking about like he was actually, I contest that he may have actually been to a certain degree with Adam. I don't know if he's the one who actually banished Adam from the garden, but I know that he himself played a part in helping to create all these things. Know that. That's a fact. That is a true fact. So having said that, only someone who could, like, I mean, I know it's hard to believe, you know what I mean? But it is one of those things that does warrant the thought of saying, okay, why would the Messiah say, listen, think about this. Think about this. Why would the one considered the Messiah say this? Think not I came to abolish the prophets or the laws. Stop right there. But yet, the actual problem with the New Testimony is the fact that there's a guy named Paul whose doctrine goes directly against the laws and the prophets. You see what I'm saying? So this is why when you say the New Testimony, I'm like, well, to a degree, there's certain so-called writings in the New Testimony that you have to hold your nose when you read and take a grain of salt, you know. But there's also writings in the New Testimony, when you read them, you can tell there are legitimate, tangible truths that cannot be denied. Like the book of Jude, speaking on how the fact that the angels left their original abode and sinned, right? Speaking on the fact that people have turned the glory of the Most High God into lasciviousness, which is chasing after a sexual gratification. And no one can say that that is not the issue within the Black church, within the Catholic church, within the synagogue, or any place. Okay, right on. Any temple you go to, who claim to be in the name of the Most High God, this is an issue, and this was something that all these other so-called kingdoms suffered from in the first place because they worshiped the fallen. Okay, who sought to bring low the souls of men, so that way they all could go to hell with them. But let me just go ahead and keep on. No, I mean, when we read the book of Enoch, and I don't even want to get carried away into it, right? And I don't know if I'm not sure if you actually were here when I was like reading the book of Enoch. But I don't really want to get too far into it because I don't know exactly which chapter it is. But there's a part, bro, where the Messiah is he's established on his own throne. You know what I'm saying? Right? And so when that's the case, he's not to the right hand of the Most High God. So I don't know if I don't know if that's just literary embellishment to discourage people like us at a later time and date from doing the diligent research, which people don't really understand. I've taken the time to be wrong for everybody, right on, so you can be right about it, you know? Yeah, of course. Talking real time right now, you know? I thought we were talking real time this whole time. But I understand what you're saying. I really do see and I feel it. There's parts, like for example, why does it say that he got crucified in one part of the New Testimony? Then why does it say that he got hung? Or did both these things happen and they just don't want to tell us? Right. It's that type of thing. You see what I'm saying? That's not a literary embellishment. That's a diminishment to what happened. Right on? You know? But let's go ahead and hit up this the rest of this this part right here, right? Of this chapter 14. And so that way we've cleared up 3 chapters for sure. And then we'll talk about some of these other things. Where are we at? We were talking about people who were poor who can't afford stuff, right? And I mean poor just as in, you don't have nothing, but just saying like, what you can't afford, what you don't have. Verse 21, and if he should be poor and cannot afford so much, he shall take 1 lamb for his transgression, for a separate offering, so as to make propitiation for him, and a 10th deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a sacrifice, and 1 cup of oil, and 2 turtle doves, and 2 young pigeons, as he can afford, and the one as many as his hand has found. So it also means that, so right there it's saying that He can get more than 2 each. He can get a whole bunch of them. Right on, because he's not bringing the lambs. And, excuse me. And the one shall be for a sin offering, so all the way cooked through, and the other for a whole burnt offering, right on, and that's for them, right? And the other part, once again, they're gonna have that transgression offering. They're gonna make propitiation because that is the most holy thing. So you're gonna do that so that way the priest can eat, bro. Right on, because they're blessed. Where we at? Verse 30. No, whoa. Tripping. Verse 23. And he shall bring them on the 8th day to purify him to the priest to the door of the tabernacle of witness before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering and the cup of oil and place them for a set offering before the Lord. And he shall slay the lamb of trespass offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the trespass offering and put it on the tip of the right ear of him that is under purification, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil on his own left hand. And the priest shall sprinkle the priest shall sprinkle with the finger of his right hand some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. And the priest shall put the oil that is in his hand on the tip of the right ear of him that is under purification, and on the thumb and on his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot, and on the blood, and place the blood of the trespass offering. And that which is left of the oil which is on the hand of the priest, he shall put on the head of him that is purged, and the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord. So I guess you actually put the oil on bro. Like you're actually, so I guess you're going to do it like you're doing them, like they're about to be made holy. You know how Moses has to do Aaron and the priest. So I guess you actually go through the whole thing with them. I guess it's not one side mirroring the other. My apologies. So it's the blood oil, and then blood oil. Anyway, going forth. And no, I'm not going to read that again. And that which is left of the oil which is on the hand of the priest, he shall put on the head of him that is purged. And the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord. And he shall offer one of the turtle doves or the young pigeons as he can afford it. The one for a sin offering, the other for a whole burnt offering. Okay. And the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for him that is under purification. This is the law for him is whom is the plague of leprosy, and who cannot afford the offerings for his purification. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, whensoever ye shall enter, stop right there. Did y'all hear that? That's the law. So you can't bring me a bunch of birds. You got to bring me at least one lamb. That's for the priest. See, this is why I say things like people stealing other people's animals. Like, what if a dude's so poor he just can't, he's going to do something, right? So what, is the bird for the sin offering because you might have had to I don't know. I'm not going to get carried away here. I just want y'all to really use your imagination and really think about how deep the concept. It's deep, isn't it? Steep, huh? Now, at one point, sure, most people would have probably had a lamb or two. But if you're really that poor, you probably don't have a lamb. You're probably like, well, let me go ahead and take this. We get a couple of these birds first. Let me go ahead and pick this lamb up on my way, unblemished. Yep. Sin offering, because I sinned to get this. I sinned to get this lamb. Come on. Right on. It's not just for the sin that I might have sinned to get the leprosy in the first place. People don't even understand that. It's so deep. It's a crucial concept. And for folks to act like that's not a possibility, for people to put that out their mind like that could not have happened, it's childish. And give me 1 second, fam, and I'm going to get to that comment that you got right there. I just want to kind of really get more or less to the end of it. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, whensoever ye shall enter into the land of the Canaanites, which I give you for a possession, and I shall put, listen, and I shall put the plague of leprosy, or give the plague of leprosy in the houses of the land of your possession, then the owner of the house shall come and report to the priest, saying, I have seen it as it were a plague in the house. And the priest shall give orders to him to remove the furniture of the house before the priest comes in to see the plague, and that none of the things in the house shall become unclean. And afterwards the priest shall go in to examine the house, and he shall go in and look on the plague. And behold, if the plague is in the walls of the house, he will see greenish or reddish cavities, and the appearance of them will be beneath the surface of the walls. This is red and green mold. You know what I'm saying? And the priest shall come out of the house to the door of the house, and the priest shall separate the house 7 days. And the priest shall return on the 7th day and review the house. And behold, if the plague is spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall give them orders, and they shall take away the stones in which the plague is in, and they shall cast them out of the city into an unclean place. And they shall scrape the house within round about, and they shall pour out the fine dust scraped off outside the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other scraped stones and put them in the place of the former stones. And they shall take other plaster and plaster the house. And the house should return, and if the house should return normal again, and break out in the house as after they have taken away the stones, and after the house is scraped, and after it has been plastered, then the priest shall go in and see if this plague is spread in the house. It is a confirmed leprosy in the house. It is unclean. And they shall take down the house and its timbers and its stones. Right? And they shall carry out all the mortar without the city into an unclean place. And he that goes into the house at any time during his separation shall be unclean until evening. And he that sleeps in the house shall wash his garments and be unclean till evening. And he that eats in the house shall wash his garments and be unclean until evening. And if the priest shall arrive and enter and see, and behold, the plague be not at all spread in the house, after the house has been plastered, then the priest shall declare the house clean. Because the plague is healed. And he shall take to purify the house the 2 clean living birds, and the cedar wood, and the spun scarlet and hyssop. And he shall slay 1 bird in an earthen vessel over running water or living water. I'm telling you, they have faucets, dog, or something. You can, unless you're telling me somebody's holding a bucket and pouring water out. Do you know? I guess you could do that. I guess that could be it. Do you know? I just don't see. It just seems more liable that they had running water. Okay, I know that people are like, "Meats, get out of here." They didn't have no plumbing. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, man. These guys are talking about mortar, plastering walls, and taking down the timber and the stones. So these are houses that are made of adobe brick or bricks, right on, some kind of stone, right on, that obviously have the wood as the pillars and the structure. Anyway, man, let's go ahead and just keep it pushing for half a second because we're almost done. And he shall slay 1 bird in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood and the spun scarlet and the hyssop and the living bird, and shall dip the blood of those, and shall dip into the blood of the bird slain over running water. With them he shall sprinkle the house 7 times, and he shall purify the house with the blood of the bird, with the running water. with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and with the spun scarlet. And he shall let the living bird go out in the city into the field, and shall make atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the law concerning every plague of leprosy and scurf, and every leprosy of a garment, of a house, and of a sore, and of a clear spot, and of a shining one, and of a declaring in what day it is unclean, and in what day it shall be purged. This is the law of leprosy. Woo! Let's go ahead and set this down for half a second. Let me read what you got there, here, brother. Let me catch up with you. You seem busy over here. Our situation here has no relation to the story told in the New Testament, totally different read. The New Testament was made to give white folks and those who think like them an imaginary way out. Sorry, keep straying off. Helps them sleep good to know that the niggas rocked all the way to sleep. They got niggas rocked all the way to sleep to be fine. Okay, check this out. Actually, I could contend everything you're saying to a degree. I agree, but I could also argue the other side. The same Jesus dude, right, told people, bruh, sell your clothes and get booty naked to get a sword, if that's what it means, right? He was telling them to get hype. They don't read that Jesus to you. You feel me? If I only read those kind of lessons of Jesus, black people would act all the way up. You see what I'm saying? Word? But it's because they're not read they're not read that part. They're read all the other stuff. All the John 3:16s. You know what I mean? Which I'm like, look, when people say only begotten, they're like, that means that he has an actual child. I don't know if people understand the term son of man was around before they ever knew who the Messiah was. And they knew of the prophecy of the Son of Man. Right on? And the prophecy that it still has that he has yet to come back and to fulfill totally, which is busting heads and taking names. I agree that they do use the New Testimony to want people to kumbaya, right? And to hold hands. But there's parts in the Old Testimonies where it tells you to make amends with your enemies, so to speak, where I'm not telling you, it tells you to kumbaya, but it almost could. Like, okay, here's one for you. Which is worse, fam bam? Telling you to kumbaya with your enemies who are visibly your enemies, or kumbaya with people who you don't think are your enemies and are your enemies. And they're claiming that your enemies are that your enemies are their enemies. And they know damn well, listen, this is different. This is the crazy part. They know that you're not them. They know it. They don't even have to be told. They know it. I read an article earlier, right? 1 second. See, you're tripping, bro. You're tripping. I think you're not. I think you're not understanding what the Messiah said. So here's my question: would you rather have a pair of Jordans or a sword to defend yourself with when it all breaks down and comes to whatever? Right? Because the Messiah is the one who told you that the meek shall inherit the earth. Right. Right, bro. So the Messiah at no point goes against anything that's already established. Nothing. Once again, literary embellishments of what a character is, I can't help. But the finite things that I'm like, yeah, that sounds just like the Old Testament. That sounds just like the Old Testament. I can't dispute that. I don't know any place in the Old Testament where the Most High God tells you to get your head busted or let somebody to bust your head wide open. I can't think of nowhere. Right on? Word? I just can't. They try to tell you that the Messiah said, turn the other cheek. But the Messiah didn't tell you to let that person to hit you again and to walk away. Once again, if I read it to you and I read the context to you, he tells you, sell your garments for a sword, dog. How is that going broke? That, bruh, they didn't have no money for a sword, family. You'd have to already have a sword. Right. You have to have money for a sword. Better yet, you wouldn't be stoning nobody if you had a sword, though, fam bam. These are the types of things that I'm not sure if people even have the ability to think about. You know what I'm saying? You know? So, and that's just what it is. Constantine. It's okay. I know who you're talking about. Listen, before Constantine, it doesn't matter. We can go back. We can just hold it to just what he says right there. You apparently don't have any money if you have to sell your garments to get a sword, fam. You're already broke. You feel me? You're already broke. You're already poor. So he's talking to poor people. He's in the hood saying this. He's saying this to a bunch of hood people who watch people get gunned down every day, right? Sliced down, sorted down every day, right? He's like, look, man, it would just make more sense to just have no clothes and to have a weapon to protect yourself than it does to have clothes and to get killed. It's, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense. That does not make that to me does not make sense at all. And I'm never going to be dissuaded to thinking that that's the wrong thing to do. Never. I'm never going to think that me giving up my last, if it means I can protect myself, to give up my last, what I have to protect myself, to put my protection, to put my personal well-being over a t-shirt or over a robe or a pair of sandals or over a necklace or some rings. If those things mean more to me than my life, I deserve to die, bro. You see what I'm saying? And that's just my personal perception. Nobody has to see it the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't think they went to war without metal. Hell no. Nah. Nigga, I don't know people. You tell me, I don't know nobody right now making wooden swords. I don't know nobody who made wooden swords in history that took over nothing. Ever. And I don't mean to say hell no to sound rude, but I'm like, no, but that's just they've used bro, they use rocks as swords. They use obsidian rocks, like, you know what I'm saying? Flatten rocks out and make them as knives. Like, they'll use anything before a piece of wood if they really, really have to. You know, anything that has metal on it is a weapon. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, bro, like, think about this for a second. If I go to a homeless shelter, sure, somebody could have a knife or a gun in there, but realistically, they're not supposed to have weapons. So in a so-called ideal situation, or in a situation where you're being maximized, oppressed, like the Israelites were being by the Romans, right? They were under maximum oppression. The poorest Israelites did not have access to weapons on a regular day-to-day basis. You see what I'm saying? So this is why it was imperative. Like people don't understand. Like it sounds like a joke, but you know, if an all-out war broke out right now and they just started shooting, there's only so much shooting that's going to take place before it becomes a virtually almost all hand-to-hand combat. And it would take, I mean, the heaviest fighting would take place in the first 3 hours. The ugliest, heaviest, small arms fire, bombs, and all that stuff would take place in the first 3 days. And but by my basic understanding, they would all sabotage each other's nuclear capabilities, so nobody would have access to nukes. What's it? What is it? What is it? What's I'm thinking of? So everybody's nukes are shut down. Now you're talking about uh nobody has radars, a whole bunch of stuff. It's just people flying blind, and it's just chaos, pandemonium. You have maybe 7 days or something like that. Maybe. I mean, if it was really me being perfectly honest, the first few hours of people shooting each other, most of the people with guns would be dead. Within the next handful of hours, you'd have people with guns and then people with, other projectile weapons and stuff like that. And then within the other hours after that, there would be almost nobody with firearms. It would be virtually. But I'm just being generous to a logistical standard to say that it would take a whole week for it all to play out. But I could realistically see if it all were to just go down today, it would only take a few hours for it all to be over. But I mean, okay, bro. So you say what you're saying. So follow my point as to why the New Testament is important. Paul is a demon in the flesh. Paul got stoned and lived. The Messiah, the same dude who people think is, when the people talked about stoning him, because he didn't stick around for none of that. He ducked and dodged and he got up out of there. So I just need people to understand, within the same so-called biblical writing, you have two totally different ways of one guy who's supposed to be the Son of Man, who has a strong sense of self-preservation, and this other dude who's claiming to be a disciple of the Son of Man, who just totally let himself get beat down with stones, should have been dead. The people thought he was dead, and then they're like, nah, he's still alive. Come on, fam. It's fake. But I like this. I wish more people were engaged in this discussion. I mean, I hear you, fam, but it's not. Well, first off, now that we got the whole the 4 good chapters, or 3 good chapters, excuse me, because we will pick up in chapter 15 for our next reading. We got 3 good chapters out the way, right? 11, 12, 13, and 14. 4 technically. I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing for people to have the discussion. I just think that people have to get outside themselves. You know what I'm saying? For example, I don't make a whole lot of money. You know what I'm saying? I have to do odd jobs. I just so happen to be what is called a skilled laborer. You know what I'm saying? I just actually ordered a nice little tool set and some stuff I can do some more work with, so that way I can really spread my expertise a little bit better, and I'm gonna have to get a couple more different little tools so I can really, really put it in, but it's not easy. It's not easy though. You know what I'm saying? Being lower than people as far as my actual status, my financial substance in life is a lot lower than a lot of people's. I have more than some people, but I have a lot less than a lot of people. Especially when you talk about Black people. I'm somewhere, what I guess you would say, like, I'm just right above being a super duper broke nigga. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not on. I know what it feels like to be on. I know what it feels like to fall off, and I'm not on right now. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't diminish me. That doesn't make my mind any less. You feel what I'm saying? And I think sometimes people will think that, that your boy is stupid because, because I don't always speak to things like that. You know what I mean? Most people can't talk about the scripture like this, bro, because they've never read the Bible. And then once again, they've never got outside themselves. So how hard is it to say eating pork is bad, right? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's bad for your body. How hard is it to say that eating, shrimp, lobster, crab, clams, oysters, What's the other ones that people like a lot, man? I can't think of them right now. But all kinds of little mollusks, all that stuff, right? They eat that comes up the water. Some people like to eat shark. Some people like to eat swordfish, all that stuff. And we're planted to give the people a moment and argue points to make a lie seem real. Okay, so here's the thing though. If the Messiah is a work of fiction, I want you to understand about, bro, follow me. There's nobody, period. Bro, there's nobody. You can go get Sun Tzu, you can go get Confucius, you can go get all these dudes and line them up. And I can read a couple of the base parables of the Messiah, so-called Messiah. That's why I call him Jesus guy, because I wasn't there. But I do laugh because I know that 2,000 years ago, there were still giants on the earth, people that were abnormally large in stature, all kinds of freaks and natures running around, who we call Gentiles, okay, humanoids, right? And I just have a hard time seeing that people can accept one part of one story and then not accept the fact that, yo, bro, like, you can tell a lie and tell the truth at the same time. There's parts of the Old Testament that are clearly changed. Like, people know, like, bro, like, we can all read and tell, like, that's not what the Most High said. We know that's not what he said. We know it. You know, but I'm not gonna let a conspiracy theory, because that would be them conspiring against us. That's a theory of it, right? Ruin my understanding of what I believe is my best chance at trying to see who or what I think this concept is. Because it is an amazing concept. I want you to think about this. Why would how could a person who couldn't read, we don't ever, bro, there's nobody else like that in the whole scripture. Nobody like who said that they could read, right? Paul tells a tale about himself that tells us who he really is. Paul says that his father was a Pharisee, right? So we could assume that Paul's daddy was Assyrian. And at best, his mother was maybe Israelitish, right? So this is a telltale of Paul. Paul is actually he's an ode to the history. He's proof that what happened, what the Jews claim they did, Paul is proof to that. And one more, let me read that. You don't have to believe in him. You don't have to. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to think that was in any shape or form he that could have came. Bro, where's the once again, Deuteronomy 29:29, right? The secret things are for the Lord our God. The things revealed to us are for us and our children forever, that we may do all the words of his law. And I may be a little off, right? Everything we don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? In the book of Enoch, he's seen life start. He's seen how it starts and how it's supposed to eventually end up, right? But I'm not sure if he knew that the sheep that would become a man, right, that would lead the other sheep out of Egypt from the wolves was Moses. I don't know that. I can't say that Enoch knew that in that very moment when he had that vision. You feel what I'm saying? And nor would it be wise to say, just because the book of Enoch is not in the scripture, and it predates all of it, and the book of Enoch it can't be refuted. The Son of Man, right? He doesn't tell us that he's supposed to come down and do this, but he doesn't tell us of all the Son of Man's works. He just tells us of certain things that he's supposed to do in the end, right? So it's just, it's just one of those things where every little detail is not monitored. You know what I'm saying? Because we're supposed to live our lives still. You know what I mean? Um, I don't want you to live in fear, bro, of something that can't do anything to you. But at the same time, bro, it's just better to live like there is a God. You know what I'm saying? It's just better to live like there's rules. You know what I'm saying? Uh, uh, because the guy in the New Testament, whether people want to hear it or not, people have a hard time contending that the. Okay, let me say this right here. Forget Jesus guy. Take him off the table. The Lord, who is not the Lord God, right? Who is not the Almighty, right? Who is the angel of the who is the angel of the Lord, who is actually the Most High, right? That same the Lord, who is not the Lord God, right? But is the Lord to a regular man, has been called God to people, right? Or was considered God by Abraham. The only thing I contend, right? When the Most High ordered us to trust in Him, that was the most just good advice. That was specific because of the modern day deceptions. I mean, bro, but follow what you're saying, though, family. I could contend just the fact that it's translated and transliterated into English, we could throw the whole thing out if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? It's just easier for me to believe that the Messiah himself, how would Jesus guy know that King David is a prince to him and that he's a king on the throne? How would they know? Bro, so that would either mean that the people read it, follow me. That either means that the people read the story, understood the story, and are lying willfully, right? About what they don't know, because they still give the that's a major implication for the Messiah, for Jesus, right? Jesus got to say, yo, David is a prince to me. Right. But people think that King David is going to be made the king on the throne. But the Messiah is like, yo, he's a prince to me. Right. It's things like that. Those are little things. That's small minutia in the writing where I'm like, damn, if these dudes are, bro, if they're that good, they're just that good. That's a cold literary device right there. They're just that good then. But if they're not that good, right, maybe some part of this there's more truth to than people believe there is. You know, do you believe that in the year 1500 to the 1600s that the Chinese still had porters who were 16 feet tall, 15 feet tall? This is just 400 years ago, bro. In China. Do you believe that? Do you believe that when white historians document that there were giant porters still in China, do you think that that's all just make believe? You feel what I'm saying? I mean, like, at what level are people willing to capitulate that? Yo, like, hey, just because they're liars doesn't mean that they're lying about everything. You know, we have to, in my opinion, hang on his words. Then everything else was right. But if the Messiah told you, think not I came to abolish the prophets or the laws, then everything you just said, never mind. What you just said is confirmation to not abolishing the laws or the prophets, but fulfilling them. What you just said is confirmation to that. So whether you believe in that dude or not, that dude believed what you're saying is true. Come on. The make-believe character believe what you're saying is true. Even though I personally contend, not in my opinion, I know it's not a make-believe character. Nobody's going to tell me that Martin Luther King is make-believe. That brother existed. But just because a kid born in 2000 right on, may have never heard of Martin Luther King, only sold dope their whole life, don't even give a damn who he is, doesn't mean that the brother didn't exist. Doesn't mean that the altruism that he displayed wasn't real. Right on. That doesn't mean that it's not true. And even furthermore, people have a problem with the fact that they say that he doesn't have a birth father. I just said earlier, I contend that his birth father, if you wanted to say, is Joseph, because it vindicates that both Joseph and Mary's bloodline go all the way back to Adam. You know, but if people don't want to, say like, yo, because essentially, there's no hope. You feel me? No offense, bro, if you come at it that way, there's no hope. Right on? Because I can show you stuff in the New Testament that gives people, they have more pause to be like, why is that written like that? Than to believe it all outwardly. You know what I'm saying? Because what's the people are born. I've never met nobody who was born circumcised. Never. You see what I'm saying? Right? The same make-believe dude said that you would kill me because I would make a man whole on the Sabbath. Follow that thought process for a second. Paul ain't never talked about circumcising nobody on the Sabbath. The man is totally against circumcision. Called it bondage. Come on. Though we all know people aren't born circumcised. We all know that. So it's just one of those things where if he came not to abolish the laws or the prophets, that means that the very first covenant, which is one of the laws, right on, he didn't come to abolish that, but to fulfill that. And so I can only say, I'm not going to sit here and live and die by those words. No. But I can put those words to positive use and say, well, of all the negative things they can say about this character, here are some of the positive things that they can't deny, that are undeniable. And the most negative things they say about him come from a person who's not even a third party, not even a fourth or fifth or sixth or seventh party to his journey. Totally disconnected. His connection is through a man, right on, who was a legitimate a second party with the Most High, named James, biological brother of the Messiah, who tried his best to get Paul killed. Right. But that's neither here nor there. And that's written in the New Testament. And if you read it very closely, he tried to get him killed. Right. The New Testament, just like the book of the Maccabees, I read like a historical reference. So that way I have a reference point to know when, excuse me, the children of Israel were chased out of Judea. Right. I use the book of Maccabees to give a bridge to understand the time period between the ending of Malachi to the beginning of Matthew. So that way it's not just this empty slate of information. When I understand the atmosphere that was created by the Maccabees and the circumstances that they created by the decisions they made, I further understand the atmosphere that the Messiah would have been born into, so-called Messiah, right? Jesus guy, right? And then I can understand ever more the peril of the situation and the desperation one would have felt to encourage the people to rise up to fight for themselves at a time where in which, hold on now, fighting for themselves leads to the what? The expulsion of the people out of Judea. And the folks that are left in Judea, the very few who are left in Judea, believe it or not, are the people who call themselves Jewish now, the children of the Pharisees. Right. And there's a warning in the book of the Maccabees given to the Israelitish children in the end. And they're distinguished from the Israelite children. But these are things that, I have had a lot of time on my hands these last 5 years to become very well acquainted with. And I do my best to acquaint myself ever more without becoming worn out. But it's the fact that I've given myself the chance to say, okay, if I'm going to disagree with who the Messiah is, let's give it a chance. And when we give it a chance, we go back and we look just from the standpoints of them telling us about the genealogy, right? Right? So in the book of Luke, bro. So here's my question. Do you dispute that Mary existed? Do you dispute her genealogy? Do you dispute the genealogy of Joseph? Because if you do, you're pretty much saying that none of those people existed back then. But there is a book of James. There is a book of Jude. Right on? Peter does have his own writings mentioned. You know what I'm talking about? Even if they contend that Matthew and Mark are composed of the same writings, there are these books of these people. And so I'm just saying that some of the individuals I just mentioned, their parents are Mary and Joseph, whose bloodline goes back to Adam. And so if I'm to throw the baby out with the bathwater, that means that I have to throw out the entire scripture like that. Because right there, it goes back. Listen, the edification, the foundation of the New Testimony goes all the way back to Adam. And the main villain of, I'm not going to say the whole Bible, but the main villain of the New Testament and a top 3 villain in the whole scripture, he took it upon himself to go against what was already established in the very beginning of the testimony that we're talking about, brother. Give me one moment. I have plenty of hope without the New Testament understanding. The Most High said that He is my only Savior. He said that He would deliver me from here. I just have to endure there. The people who know God. Okay, question. And you say that, but then, so that means that you can never say my people are destroyed because of a lack of knowledge, right on? You see what I'm saying, bro? When you say something like that, you take away the viable reasoning. It's not an excuse now. So now a person can never say that. Just right. I'm not saying I will never say that, but I'm saying based on what you just presented to me, right? Right? If I'm your little protege, right, and I'm listening to you say that, I could technically say, okay, well, if they don't know, then they're not really the people. But in the scripture, it says that His people don't know Him. There's a bunch of different instances where the Most High God makes it clear. Ephraim, Manasseh, Judah, and Israel have never known Him. You know what I'm saying? So to call on Him, right? I guess you have to remember to some degree, but I'm like, they didn't, the people who were stuck in Egypt, they didn't know who they were calling out to. They were just crying because they were just tired of the situation. But Black people here in America aren't tired, bro. You feel me? I'm tired. You might be tired. Other brothers and sisters might be tired. But a lot of people are so, what's the word I'm looking for? They're so comfortable that they feel like they can fix it, bro. See what I'm saying? Because you got people, bro, what you're saying falls too in lines with people who think that reparations are going to fix Black people. Because if you think getting a check, once again, if I cut you a bad check that you can't cash, I still cut you that check. Now I don't owe you that check. So I want something that is valuable, bro. Right on? And I know what my God had. I know what my God said. My God said that even the lame shall leave here with much loot. I know that. Having said that, though, that doesn't take away from the fact that people are still destroyed. So I guess what you're saying, none of His people are a prey and a spoil, even though that's written down, brother. So you're not a prey and a spoil, but you are, even if you don't think you are. Family, no offense. No offense to nobody. Right on? If you understand the Bible better than me, bro, good on you. Right on? If that's what you're trying to say in so many words, bro, good on you. No offense, though. I can tell you 10 things I've introduced to people that I never heard nobody, not even things things I brought up to Andre, okay? That I never heard nobody say other than me, bro. So if you know more, fine. If your understanding is there, that's fine. I said from a historical reference. I didn't say for a spiritual understanding. I said to understand how we got from one place to another. And it gives gravitas to understand how the people ended up in the continent of so-called Africa. See, once again, I'm outside of myself, bro. I'm outside of the situation. I've displaced myself from feeling like that. So I can just look at it from the outside in. And I'm like, the way it looks is that this guy got these people hyped up. When they got hyped up, major fallout happened. These people get pushed out of the land southward. They come into another land. They settle in that land for 1,000+ years or better. Okay. And then in that land, they're made servile to another people who look asimilar to them. These people who look asimilar to them, put them on boats and then send them here to America. I'm with you. Follow me, though. If you're going to tell me that people who think they're Africans, who could really be children of Israel, right, can throw out the New Testimony just because it's all garbage without looking at the historical edification of it, without understanding the geographical significance of it, sure, bro. I mean, sure. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter to me. You feel me? But I know Pangea was in the Bible. I'm not have to share that with nobody. For a fact. Noah's sons being triplets, facts. Don't have to ever share that type of stuff. Gentiles being humanoids, don't have to share none of that. These are things that I just don't have to share, bro, that give edification to right here, right now. Well, I can understand how I'm here right now better than other people. Like I said, I'm lowly. A lot of people make more money than me and have whatever more than me, but true wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, I'm always hard pressed to really think that there's people like a bunch of people really like way smarter than me and like who really spend more time like invested like researching and putting the time in to actually understand the scripture. I just have a hard time believing that, you know. I believe that more people are more interested in what famous people do with their time than what actually takes place in real life. How you doing, bro? You missed all the other stuff, man. So you're probably going to have to, you know, when this is over, when YouTube finally winds it all up, you'll have to check it all out again later because this was about the clean and the unclean and the law of separation. And right now we're just talking about Jesus guy, right? And bro's talking about what he does or doesn't believe in. And I'm like, you know, not to say what's relevant or irrelevant. I'm just trying to tell bro, like, family, I hear you. I understand you. Okay. That's your standpoint on it. But where I come from with it, the way that I'm able to deliver the information, right? The way the reason I'm able to give you a complete picture of from then till now is because I don't diminish it, right on, and I don't just put it off and say, "Oh, I'm not interested in that." I'm not telling people to go read the book of Revelations. That's not what I said, right on. But if you just read the first 4 books of the New Testimony, and that's all you ever read, right? In the New Testimony, you're not going to tell me you found something that goes hardcore, all streamlined against the Old Testament. You're not. It doesn't exist, bro. It doesn't exist. And that's my point. So everything you're saying about the New Testament, it's like, at least isolate that, yo, you're talking about Corinthians, or you're talking about Romans, or Thessalonians, or Philippians. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, at least verify, like, yo, this is actually what I'm speaking on, because when you say that, Meet, you are right, because these other the first 4 books are actually an account of one person, and the account doesn't actually go against anything that I've ever really read. You don't read about the Messiah eating swine or doing nothing like that. Word, nothing like that. And the people are so diminished. This man has to feed them with bread and fish. Okay, so if you understand, follow this. if you understand where we're at now, right? We're reading about people who still have the ability to sacrifice lambs and birds. These people have been subjugated to having to primarily eat fish. Right. Little stuff. That ain't no big deal though, huh? That doesn't tell you the level of poverty the people are living in, huh? That doesn't give you a historical backdrop as to how they could have got their how they could have got beat down out of Judea in the first place. Right. That's all that's for, bruh. Once again, the book of Maccabees giving you understanding as to how the environment was even allowed to be shaped up before that. And then if you read all the books of the prophets, and then you read everything before that, you understand this is a historical reference. So if I, for no other reason, only read the Bible for the history, right? I have to read that. I have to read whatever parts are actually in conjunction with historical reference to have a grasp on, okay, well, this happened right around then, or this probably took place around this time. This probably took place around this time, and so on and so forth. Because I do agree. There are some very questionable teachings, bro, that are put forth in the latter part of the so-called scripture, in the New Testimony. But having said that, there's stuff that takes place in the Old Testimony that people don't think applies to them. So it's like, which is worse? So like, which is worse? People not thinking that people having sex with animals was black people, right? They just put all that off on white people. Oh, that's white people. That's them putting their history in the book. No, stupid. Okay, these were black people being informed by another black man who was being informed by a divine entity who nobody ever has to admit is the Most High God. Okay, and they were being told to not do the things in the land which they had just came out of, and to not do the things into the land which they were going into. These are all black people that are around us, surrounded by. All the ways that they're being told are being practiced by black people. See, so when folks say stuff like that, it's like, well, that's okay, because I could just use these things. And then what about that? You're going to deny, once again, what? There's no trying to displace yourself from a situation that ultimately means that we're guilty, right on? You're not guilty because you was born as a nig, right on? You're guilty because you was born as a nig in this world, in this circumstance, all right? Meaning your ancestor did something for you to be here. Okay? Esau's children, the exception of maybe a handful, they don't have this problem. They don't. Those dudes are running stuff in the Middle East. Black guys who were in charge. Okay? Looking just like me and you. Running stuff. Stroking their beards and laughing about it. Understand. They're not the children of Israel. So they don't have to be oppressed like we do. You know what I'm saying? And let me read what you said, brother. Brother. Hear me, Jason. I'm with you, family. I'm with you. But it's if a person hasn't been with me, right, for the spiritual gumbo, talking about, Genesis 1 up until now, they may not realize that I've associated the term God to the Messiah in certain instances. So they may think that I'm just trying to force the Messiah or this Jesus guy, and then they might think I'm trying to force messianic-hood upon him, but I'm not. I'm just trying to draw the parallels, you know what I'm saying? And show like there's more comparisons than there are contrasts. And because there's so many things alike, I'm more convinced than not to say that, man, Jesus guy could have really been that dude who's like, I'm going to come back in some 1,000 years and then I'm going to be busting heads this time when I come back. They do understand he's killing people when he comes back, right? He's killing them. Like, everybody believes that it's just going to be, like this honky dory thing. That's why it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what people have been reading. You know what I mean? You know, if he came for a son that has variance against his father, right? He didn't come for a house that prays together so it can stay together. I know he didn't come for that then. If he came for war, right? It's impossible. So, because there's so many tenets that go align with wanting the evil ones to be ultimately corrected and to be chastened for all the evil things that they've done. Um, and bro, listen, once again, view it the right family. You're right to view it the way that you want to view it. Right on. As long as the way you view it, you're not calling the white man Esau, right on, giving lineage of black people to white people while you do it. Like there's you can see how you want to see it, but it's like as long as you're not telling people lies, it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? What if all the includes and not having any way to verify any way of it, I can choose just another. Okay, that's so. Once again, bro, I can verify. You can get on your computer. You can look up in the so-called Roman history, but white people will tell you what happened, bro. And they fucked the whole world up. Excuse my language during the spiritual gumbo. They did the whole world up, bro. They did. Okay? They did this whole thing up. And they're still, listen, and as wicked liars as they are, they're honest enough to have told us that the Romans did what? Smash the Israelites right up out of Judea, right into the so-called place of Africa. Come on. We just read earlier about how leprosy comes on to people who have normal flesh, right? And the leprosy is a thing that makes their skin look white looking. Right. Meaning that you got to look like this. So if I send a person into a land of people who are already darker than this or this color or darker, and they stay there for 1,000 years and they get darkened up and then they get put on boats and they get brought to a place where it's not nearly as hot. So over the course of, 100 years, they start to lighten up because they're getting far less sunlight unless they live in the southern region of the state, of the states and the country. Right. Little things like that. And it's not about how you can, bro, you choose to serve them how you want to choose to serve them, bro. Like once again, fam, people choose to serve the Most High God with pork chop juice on their lips. Literally, somebody tonight bowed their head and closed their eyes and had a fried pork chop with cream corn, with gravy on it, right on, and a dinner roll. And when I say they was ever grateful and thankful, whether they said in Jesus' name or in God's name, at the end of that prayer, they was ever thankful. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, people can choose to do what they like, bro. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, there's people out there, family, who say the same thing that you're saying, who are worshiping the Most High God sideways. You feel me? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say I'm just going to get rid of this whole part of history because I can't verify it to what? So you can't verify anything, bro. You can't verify that George Washington was real. I don't know that those paintings are real. Somebody painting a picture of a person, right? But I believe in a picture that somebody took of another person yesterday that could be digitally altered and could be totally fake itself. I know what's real is real. I know what's fake is fake. You know what I'm saying? You know what's real is real. You know what's fake is fake. So I'm not trying to deny that. I'm not trying to impose on that. I'm just saying, like, fam, like, there's a history there. You know, there's a history there. And if you read it just from a historical context, it does give gravity as to how Black people ended up in Africa to end up being slaves in the first place. Because we're not indigenous to that land. Right. Unless you believe you're indigenous to Africa, then you think you're African and you're not really an Israelite. And they once again, and Africa is the name of a place that a white man gave it, but people don't deny that. People don't deny calling it Africa. They won't stop calling it Africa. They won't say, oh, it's Kemet or it's Ethiopia, which is what it should be called. One part should be Ethiopia, the other part should be Eritrea. That's neither here nor there. See what I'm saying? So when people don't even keep it 1,000, I mean all the way 1,000, right? And that's just me telling the truth. That's me telling the cold up, straight up truth. People don't even call the place Ethiopia and Eritrea. The only two names that they could have had at that time. Anyway. That's facts. This can't be disputed. But people gonna tell me it's Africa now. Okay. And that they took Africans out of Africa. Okay. Even though at that time they didn't call themselves that. Okay. You know, my enemy telling me my history. Wow, I know that's gonna be the truth, huh? I fell out. That's so white people telling us we were slaves is a lie, huh? Black people were never slaves here, huh? Bro, I mean, you feel me? And I'm not trying to go against what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, when you say that, you invite people to say those types of things. Yeah, he's right. He's right. Black slavery never existed. That's what white people say. Brother, you have to surrender something, bro. You can't. If once again, you sound kind of like the stiff-necked people out the book, right on? Like you don't want to hear it so bad that it's like, well, what does he really believe? Because I'm not sure I'm just not sure what you truly believe if that's the case, because the same white people you're saying who wrote the New Testimony are the same white people who translated and transliterated this. This is a fact. This whole book is in the honor of the Most High. He is the main character, but not in the New Testament. Matter of fact, he does not even make a comment in the book. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. And the main character of the scripture is actually not the Most High. The Most High makes himself known. Bro, the Most High makes himself only known because people are worshiping other gods. That's the only reason why the Most High God is like, I have to be made known. You know what I'm saying? You know, you feel what I'm saying? I mean, like, he makes himself known, family, because he's like, people are down here worshiping the sun, worshiping the moon, worshiping the stars, worshiping cows, worshiping frogs, worshiping pigs, worshiping themselves. They're just worshiping anything. And then they're also worshiping non-human entities that live and breathe, that are capable of extraordinary feats. They're also worshiping them. And so because I have no other way other than destroying everything, my whole creation, not doing that. So what I will do is I will make myself known so that way I can tell the people that I have made myself known on this earth. What point is there for the Most High God to make himself known in a broken, battered, shattered, I mean, they were broken down to nothing, right? They were broken down to nothing. Nobody's called a prophet in the New Testimony either. So it's just like, at some point, do people admit that the Most High God told the prophets in the Old Testimony he was turning his back on the people? So the New Testimony happens, listen, this happens a long time. There's a separation of time here. And it's a historical account of them adding to what took place. I'm not going to say that I believe every little thing that's written back there. I don't. But I do believe that a lot of those things probably did take place. To this very day, you have people trying to impose on your blackness. Trying to promote to you that somebody like Patrick Mahomes, who, by the way, cuz doesn't look like any of the mixed people that I really, really know. Right on. Like, I know mixed dudes who look like that, but all the mixed dudes who are my homies all come from like
brother, dad. So they all grow, you know what I'm saying, some facial hair on the side of their face and underneath their, and underneath their chin over here. So they all look different from him, you know. Um, Even if some of their hair doesn't stand up as much, I know their dads. And I'm like, right, guess what that means? That means that they must have had gene compatibility with the recessive genetic that allowed for this phenotype or physical characteristic to manifest itself. Having said that, it's just very difficult for people to understand those types of little things, you know, and to appreciate that the genealogy of the people is monitored very heavily throughout the book. And if you don't read if you don't read it and really appreciate it, right on, like what we read today, there will be no understanding. You know, it'll just be all on deaf ears. Like where I agree with bro. We could just go with the first 5 books. You see what I'm saying? Really. But that's all I've been reading. I mean, so when he comes with, with all the extra energy, it's like, keep in mind, family, every spiritual gumbo I've done this year, I've only read from Genesis on. Right on? And for people to say that they have an understanding, like I think it's selfish that people have these understandings of whatever and they're not sharing them with the people. Right? I think it's selfish that people put me in a position to be the only one to say something. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean? Elaborate on Isaiah 42:8. Give me one moment. We're gonna read all 7 verses before that, okay? We're not just gonna read the one verse. Nope, too far. Right here. 48. 42:8. Okay. I'm at chapter 42. Give me one moment. And hold on one moment. Humble man. Is that KJV? Give me one moment. Because it does matter. Because the King James Version and the Septuagint. Let me just see. See, yeah. Right. It's way different. I mean, I'm looking at them, and they're supposed to be the same thing. And what the King James Version has and what the Septuagint has is different. So I'm gonna read one before the other. This is the King James Version first, and we're just gonna jump right to verse 8. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Okay, so who said the Son of Man, the real one, was a graven image? Number one, because I know I didn't make them. Right. I know I don't worship no graven images. And I know I don't even acknowledge white Jesus. I don't even acknowledge a black Jesus. So what you're talking about right now almost fell on deaf ears. But let's just read the whole thing in context from the Septuagint's point of view, from verse 1 to verse 8. Awake, awake, Zion. Put on my strength, O Zion, and do thou put on thy glory. Jerusalem, the holy city. There shall no more pass through thee, the uncircumcised and the unclean. Forgot that part, didn't you? Shake off the dust and arise. Sit down, Jerusalem. Put off the band of thy neck, captive daughter of Sion. For thus saith the Lord, ye have been sold for naught. What? Ye have been sold for naught. And ye shall not be ransomed with silver. Come on. So nobody's going to pay for your way out of this. Let's talk about for us right now. Talking about our current situation. Talking about what happened to our ancestors. Talking about the situation that we were just discussing. About why his history is so important. Come on, we're going to keep reading. Thus saith the Lord, my people went down before to Egypt to sojourn there, and were carried away forcibly to the Assyrians. And now, why are ye here? Thus saith the Lord, behold, my people was taken for nothing. Wonder ye in how? Thus saith the Lord, on account on you, my name is continuously blasphemed among the Gentiles. Therefore shall my people know my name in that day, for I am he that speaks. I am present as a season of beauty upon the mountains, as the feet of one preaching glad tidings of peace, as one preaching good news. For I will abolish thy salvation, saying, O Sion, thy God shall reign. For the voice of them that guard thee is exalted, and with the voice together they shall rejoice. For eyes shall look to eyes when the Lord shall have mercy upon Sion. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, and I'm reading it. This is the same. They're written so differently. He left. It's all good. I ain't mad at you, fam. Right on. I'm not mad at you. But he forgot those other parts before that, though. Right? Like the unclean and the uncircumcised not being able to walk through there no more. So I just think it's weird, you know, that and unless it's really, you know, Isaiah 43, and I highly, highly doubt it, because I'm looking at it. Nope. Nope. They're both written almost the same. They're just a little bit different. Hold on. Nope, this must be one of those little off chapters, dog. It's just a little bit different. I can't help that. You know what I mean? Maybe you should find that same chapter in the Septuagint, because Isaiah 42:8, and you go and I read it, and it's just talking about the Messiah, how he's not going to make a whole bunch of noise. Bro, they make it, bro. They have their own image of God. Bruh. They have their own image of what they think the Most High looks like. I guess people forgot in the movie Bruce Almighty, they made Morgan Freeman to portray God. But that tells you what white people, these are white Jews, okay? All right? These are white Jews, okay? And that's what they think God looks like. A black person still. Come on, man. I mean, like, I hear you. I follow you. I rock with you, bro. There are no actual pictures of people in my home hanging on any walls anywhere. Not no family, not nothing. I got a picture that has a square, a triangle, and a cylinder that homeboy painted. And my old square picture that's sitting there on the wall. I'm waiting to get another sticky so I can paste them back up. But I hear you. You know, I'm with you, bro. But they have their own image of what they think the Most High God looks like. They already pictured it in their mind. We've all seen the old Father Time ones, right? Where they make it an old looking white dude. But once again, there's old movies. I can't think of the movie right now, but it was, you know, there's a black YouTube dude who some of his understanding is in fallacy, but he pointed out something beautiful. They made this movie about where it was supposed to be black people in heaven, and once again, God is black, right? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, you know, Uh, I don't worship an image. I make it clear that I've never seen the Most High God all the time. That's one of my favorite things to make clear is to say that. But at the same time, I would be foul and I would be wrong, brother, to tell you that I don't believe that the Messiah or the so-called Messiah, and I'll give that to you, bro. I'll concede that to you. The so-called Messiah has a lot in common with the same Lord that first chose Abraham, right on, who made covenant with him, right? The same Lord that made covenant with Isaac, his son, and the same Lord that made covenant with Jacob, his son. Word? I believe that. I believe that the pillar and the cloud is not that Lord. I believe that the pillar and the cloud, right on, is the Most High God. It's just one of those things. But I've already read that to y'all. I read that however long ago we read about the tabernacle of witness, about how during the day the Most High God covered it with a cloud, and then at night he covered it with fire. We literally just had just talked about how Aaron's sons got themselves burnt up for offering strange incense, strange fire to the Most High God. We literally had just went over that, just barely a week ago. So I'm with you, bro. I've never told anybody to worship a graven image, let alone to give any homage to a black Jesus or anything like that. But I do try to give original and native imagery to the mind of the people. But I haven't. It's been a long time since I've made a picture movie because I'm not using the same laptop right now. I'm trying to get that fixed now. But yeah, bro, I'm resolute to say that I mean, I'm not following nobody's instructions here to read the first 5 books. You know what I'm talking about? And that's no disrespect. That's not a jab at nobody. But I know this to be the truth. I know I'm not following anyone's instructions here to read this scripture. Not one man or woman. I do this all on my own volition. You know what I'm saying? So when it's all said and done, the understanding that I'm giving to you, bro, is literally practically 98% of my own understanding. From what I've been able to read and gather. So it's like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, I've never had a person share any of the things that I'm sharing with you guys with me. So that way I had a more clear picture of the things that are going on in the scripture, because a lot of people can't even they can't remove themselves from their own life and put themselves in the story of what's going on when they read it, So they have a hard time of putting themselves in the place of the leper who has to have the blood and the hyssop and all that stuff and the water sprinkled onto him 7 times, right? Right? It's people are like, what's that all about? People can't understand the having to get the anointing of the oil and the blood, right on, the sign of the atonement and the symbol of making atonement, the gesture of, it's these are things that I, you know what I'm saying, that once again I can't stress enough. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, people can say, oh, they've read the scripture and they understand it. That's fine. That's cool. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to take nothing away from nobody. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, the understanding that I'm giving you is so much more complete, so much more full, that if you just are less resistant to the things that you either, or if you don't agree with it, that's just one ear out the other type stuff. But the thing is, though, is that, like, if you let it go in one ear out the other, it only hurts you if it applies to you and you don't know about it. You see what I'm saying? What you don't know can hurt you. That just because people don't know that there's methane pockets in the earth doesn't mean that a methane pocket won't kill them directly on contact. You see what I'm saying? The moment they fall into one. So it's just one of those things where knowing better to do better is a big part of it. I know I'm not African, so I don't celebrate African culture, and it took me a lot of years to break away from thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? Right, right. That didn't happen overnight. That didn't happen overnight. That took years to get out of thinking like that. I'd just being like, genetically, even if we were to go back, I'm like, I'm not African. I'm like, my people would have came from what they consider now more or less the Middle East than anything else, or the Mediterranean. I'm like, right, we're not Africans. And we are the original people that we deserve to be in our home. We deserve to be where we're from. But until people can see it like, yo, your ancestors sinned, and they did everything in this book that he told them not to do. Everything he told them not to do, they done. Mine did too. See, I hold that L. Loud and proud, I hold that L. Yep. Child of a sinner, I'm the child. I am the child. I am the successor of the people who betrayed the Most High God. I am not so shameful that I cannot say that. And I am not so prideful that I cannot say that. And I am not so blind that I cannot see it. The Most High God has blessed me to be able to speak, so I speak. I don't want to take any more time than I need to say this, but it is important that we have these types of conversations, because it's important for people to see that, that like, I don't believe in no white Jesus, dude. I don't think that praying to Jesus is going to help you, bro. Like, but I think if you ask the real Messiah, the real Son of Man, to take your cause, to plead your cause to the Father, and if he's not going to listen, then to ask an angel to take and plead your cause to the Father. I believe in that. I believe that a prayer, one moment, is the highest, most positive affirmation. I believe that there is nothing greater than that, as far as what you can say out of your mouth. What's more positive than a prayer? Right. Because a prayer isn't you saying something's going to happen that's not going to happen. It's you desiring that it happens, because it may not happen, and it probably isn't not supposed to happen, for better or for worse. And I always pray is for the best. But people have their own minds to think how they want to think and to do what they want to do. Jeroboam would be the best example that I could think of, because Jeroboam was told by the prophet Nathaniel, if I'm not mistaken. If it wasn't Nathaniel, I forget the prophet. Nathaniel might have been the one who told David that it was over for him. So excuse me, but I forget the prophet. He tells Jeroboam, because he takes his garment and he rends it into pieces, and he's like, "Look, I'm gonna get." And I'm pretty sure it was 12 pieces, and he's like, "Look, yo, you're gonna get 10 kingdoms, and there's gonna be 2 that are left for the Lord, right?" And he's like, if you do what David has done, your house will never disappear, right? Your house will be established forever. But if you do what you choose to do, right? If you do what you want to do, right? Then you're going to pay for that. And so what Jeroboam ultimately did, we all know, is that, he turned his back on Israel, and he led the people to sin. He led the people to sin, a great sin. And so this is why when Paul couldn't lead the people to sin, a great sin. They had already sinned a great sin. They had already done the worst things they could do. So it's like I've been able to just recently in my life to distinguish the different things. You know what I'm saying? And to not let it bother me so much. But eventually, people will have to see it for just that their ancestors did the wrong thing, and that's why they're here. And they can't listen, and I'm going to end on this note, because this is a bomb note to end on.
You can't continue to blame your enemies for everything and credit them for everything and then try to discredit them whenever you don't like what you're hearing. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that, you know. So can you not pray straight to the Most High? The mediators in the
First off, bro, I'm not sure if you read the book of Enoch. When you pray, your prayers go to angels, right on? They take your cause up to the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? So somebody has to bring the cause up to the first. When we pray, and we believe we're praying to the Most High God, the angels, his messengers, they can see that. He obviously knows, but they can see that directly and bring to him the cause. So imagine if all the black people were like literally woke up tomorrow and was just like, man, I'm just tired of being here. And they just started thinking about slavery, and they just started just thinking about, man, what is it going to take? They're like, and then they were like, I don't even want to be here no more, because they're like, man, they want us to fix this big old mess that they created, and they haven't even treated us like humans. They haven't even treated us like men and women. They've treated our children like lesser than, like animals. This entire time we've been in this country, this entire time that they've ever been around us, they have had hatred and disdain for us. Okay? If black people woke up and just said, you know what, man, I'm about to pray with all my heart, with all my soul. And I ain't going to stop praying until I feel my soul cry out. And I can speak to the Most High God in my most humble fashion. They'll never do that, bro. You don't got to worry about it. Word, we stuck. We stuck. And if people could make right all by themselves, there would have been no need for the priest, bro. Right. If you could just make your own, if you could just go make sacrifice and just do it yourself, there'd be no need for the priest. Right. Family. That's the whole purpose of the priest. Is so you can make atonement. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's those are the little things. You know what I'm saying? Even in the Old Testament, bro, the book of Enoch is before the Old Testament, dude. What are you saying? Family. When the people pray and they do whatever, who's making atonement for them? Who's making atonement for them? And any of the sacrifices that we read about, bro, tell me one time it says to pray for forgiveness. Tell me one time. Right. That's because that's the priest's job. Thank you. But I'm sitting here telling you lies. I'm trying to make it make sense for you, brother. But you're steadily against what little things that I can present and give to you that's viable information. The book of Enoch comes before any of this. And the book of Enoch, how could it have a prophecy of the entire story and of things that have yet to take place in it? How? How could it know that? That's why they took it out, because it gives edification to the story. The book of Enoch only talks about the laws. It doesn't say what the laws are, but the laws are established. Right. So how would he know what the laws are if and once again, God forbid there was no laws ever established? Then that would make Enoch a bold-faced liar. But laws were established. How could he know that they would be? How could he know what the laws would be, this, that, and the other? He didn't even know who Moses was. He just seen all this stuff in a vision. I'm just throwing that out there, family. And once again, what need would there be of the priest, right? If me and you, fam bam, if we could go and make atonement all on our own, what need would there be for the priest? Right. See what I'm saying? That's why I love these conversations. Because I want you to think about that tonight. Think about all that stuff. You can You can dismiss everything. But think about that. Right. Right. There's a reason why certain prayers get to the Most High God. It's because people are normally afflicted. They're going through something. When they prayed, man, to have children, it's because they couldn't have children. That's an affliction. It's not nothing good that you can't have children. Otherwise, the Most High God would have never told the people there won't be anyone who's barren or sterile. Right on? People who can't have children. Right. Right. That's just small things. But once again, though, that's presented to us through the scripture. That's presented to us through the scripture. Through the medium of instruction. Right? Nobody has to follow the rules, bro. Nobody has to follow the Old Testament. So it's like there's no point of even getting too carried away with the New Testimony like we had done. But I'm glad we did. But there's really no point because people don't even follow the rules in the Old Testimony, family. People still doing whatever they want to do. People still having sex with animals, having sex with their sisters, their mothers. People still having sex with their fathers. Okay, that goes for man and woman. Okay, all right. People still running around here eating pork and seafood. Okay, people still sitting up. People still ambushing each other for murder. People still committing adultery. Okay, people still doing all kinds of wild stuff. That's all in the Old Testimony. So it's like when you say what you're saying, I'm like, I hear you, because right, people haven't even figured any of that out. So why are we worried about some news story? But the news story tells us how, at least gives gravity and more information as to how we got evicted. I'm pretty sure Isaac did too. Was she not afflicted? I mean, bro, once again, family. No offense. Did I not just say people who pray to him are normally afflicted? Right. And being barren, not being able to have children is an affliction. Yes. But if we want to read the part about Rebecca in particular, we could. And because I can't remember it, Jermaine, right? But I'm pretty sure Isaac prays. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, I want my wife to have babies. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it doesn't matter though, because it's an affliction. It's not like she had already had 10 children, right? And stuff like that. You know, like, I mean, there's a lot of situations where we read where people don't pray where you think they probably should have prayed. Just throwing that out there. I can't stress enough, man, that there's a lot going on in the Old Testimony that does not get talked about. I got a couple more minutes and I'm out of here, y'all. I can't stress it enough. I cannot agree with you more than enough, bro, that the newer testimony has some serious issues that make it hard to stomach, and it just makes it hard to read the story without raising your eyebrows. But the book of the Maccabees does the same thing. It'll make your stomach turn sometimes. You're like, this is bullshit. But you just have to just read it and just say, okay, this is what they want us to believe. Even though I know even though based on other stances in history and based on what I just know, based on what's written down before that, that's not true. So it's like we have to be wise enough to know better. You know what I'm saying? We have to pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We have to pray for discernment. Until next time, big bro, take it easy. But there's a whole lot going on, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And it's just more than people doing one, two, or three little things. It's a whole lot, you know. So what ends up happening is that
Folks are just they're just not seeing it the way people are going to see it the way that they want to see it. Bottom line. Right on. So if you think eating eagles and ostriches and seagulls and sea larks and ospreys and crows and ravens and geese, if you think eating lobster, shrimp, and all that stuff is just whatever, some dude wrote it down, right, and didn't know what he was talking about, he was just tripping, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to take it serious and know that the laws were put here for a reason, know that the prophets only came, okay, I'm talking about the ones who were the straighteners to the people, only came after they had a kingdom. Because all the other prophets we know of before that, right, were in singular addition, so much so to the point that they were always by themselves, i.e. Abraham, i.e. Isaac, i.e. Jacob, i.e. Joseph, okay, i.e. Moses, Aaron and their sister Mary, right on, okay? So all those things like that. So it's just people just knowing better, right on? Once again, y'all, I'll be breaking down some stuff, later, because it's a matter of class. You know what I'm saying? And people sometimes don't have any class. Can you dig it? So we're going to be talking about some things in this next, because the next one we're going to be talking about in it actually is talking about a matter of class. Having said that, y'all, I appreciate all your time. It's been a lovely conversation. Spiritual Gumbo out.